Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Ryan McMahon, 3 hits, including a homer. Trent Grisham blasted his 30th, a 3-run bomb during a 4-run 8th. But the Yankees and David Bednar are still forced to sweat in the 9th with the tying run at the plate.
Bednar set at the letter. The pitch. And it's a breaking ball, swing on a miss. He got him. Hey now, victory for the New York Yankees. They win it 8-4 and take this series here in Houston 2-1.
Yankees holding off the Astros 8-4. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Carlos Rodón, his American League leading 16th victory. 6 innings of 2-run ball. As for Jazz Chisholm, left the game with contusions on both knees.
So he had the hard ground ball that he kind of slammed down on one of the knees, and then on the throw down to second, the collision there, the other. So I don't think it's anything major. At least that's the sense right now, but we'll see how he's doing tomorrow.
The Yankees are welcoming the Blue Jays tonight for the start of 3 as they sit 3 games back. Get ready for the debut of Brandon Sproat. Mets calling up the 24-year-old to make the start Sunday against the Reds due to the struggles by Kodai Senga as he joins fellow rookies Nolan McClain and Jonah Tong. And the Eagles able to finish off the Cowboys 24-20 to kick off the NFL season. Jalen Hurts ran for 2 scores. Saquon Barkley 60 yards rushing and a touchdown. 68 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Let's get it, man. Inside the 1 a.m. hour on the Fan in New York. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, talking sports. This is quick. You know, with these Houston games and then even with the Thursday night football game, there's not a lot of time. Just got to get straight to it. And obviously the main conversation is the New York Yankees coming off of their series win. And then obviously the NFL game that kicked off in Philadelphia with the Eagles winning and the Cowboys losing. You know, some other things. Obviously, we heard Brandon Sproat will make his debut for the Mets. Good. Moving right along here. David Stearns must have had this plan all along that, hey, I'm not going to sign anybody. I'm not going to trade for anybody. We're going to let the kids play. Like I said, we're going to evaluate our own young talent. Like I said, this is year 2 on the job. Let's see what we got. So you got to be excited about that. The Mets did not play last night. They were off. The Yankees played, and the Yankees will not have an off day in between hosting the Toronto Blue Jays and getting it going in the Bronx. And I'm excited for that one, man. I will not be there Friday. I will not be there Saturday. If you're watching the live stream that I did fire up, yes, go to YouTube, search WFAN. We are now live. And what I will say is that WFAN's YouTube account is 100 subscribers away from 80,000. So if you're home and you're not driving, if you have a phone, if you have a MacBook, if you have a iPad, something like that, and you're not subscribed, go hit subscribe. Let's get to 80,000 subscribers on WFAN YouTube tonight. And what you will see is me wearing my Bernie Williams celebrity softball game jersey. That's why I'm dressed like this. It says Ridgefield Playhouse. Go to ridgefieldplayhouse.org to get tickets. Super excited for the game on Saturday. That's where I will be driving up there because I'm bringing my son and my wife tonight and staying in Connecticut. It's like a 3-hour drive from me in Jersey. Staying up there for the game on Saturday, and then we'll be, enjoying the festivities afterwards with the concert and, kind of mingling and meeting and greeting. But, yeah, back to it, man. The test has been passed, and, there's some spots on the test that'll trip you up. There's some spots on the test that maybe you didn't prepare for, something you didn't study for, something that, pops up and you don't know what to do at the time. But like I said, the Yankees have really shown me through this little stretch right here that they're a different group. The bullpen is the last part of it that I need more faith in. They're going to hit. They're going to hit. And they really could hit let's hope Jazz, and I don't expect Jazz to be in the lineup. He has a contusion on both knees. I don't expect Jazz to be in the lineup the next day. But who knows? Some of those guys that are built like Jazz, little slim guys like that, he can bounce back. But what I was going to say is the Volpe thing, I think they have to come to a point where they say, listen, winning these games matter more than Anthony Volpe's confidence or feelings. And are we in a better spot putting Caballero at shortstop and starting him? You are. They started Anthony Volpe all 3 of these games against the Astros. I don't know if that's the way against the Blue Jays, but I know they are. I know they're going to do it. They don't care what we say. They don't care that he's literally hit that last strikeout he had. He saw 3 pitches up in the zone, and these guys just go at him. If you're looking at MLB Network and you're watching MLB Central, or if you just look at MLB Network's Twitter, and shout out to the good folks over there at One Heart's Way, or whatever the address is, I forget. I used to work over there. They put out a clip with Mark DeRosa, and he goes back to Del Barton, and he's looking at Volpe's swing, and he's just basically showing you how his mechanics have broken down. This young man's mechanics have broken down in the box and in the field, and I'm left to wonder if the Yankees are so hard-pressed on playing him, and the manager is so used to almost lying on his behalf, then why don't they have that same energy with fixing him? Why am I watching MLB Network and they're showing his foot coming up and his hips coming open and him not being shoulders closed in the box? And I don't know. When he's fielding ground balls, he looks scared. He's fielding a ground ball tonight. He's hopping twice, patting the ball. I don't know, man. Fix it. If he's going to, and that's the thing, it's such a conundrum because he's not going to be able to be perfect. It's baseball, but he's thinking about it, and we're all thinking about it, and the ball comes to him, and then, he gets up, and there's runners on base. At least he had a single tonight. But where I'm getting to is like, there's enough hitters in this lineup that they overcome it. There's enough hitters in this lineup that they're fine. But like, I also came in this week talking about the Astros, and it's not like the Astros are world beaters. It's not like the Astros are as great as they once were. They have some holes in their lineup. Altuve has certainly cooled down. You know, what if this weekend against the Jays, like Volpe keeps coming up in big spots and doesn't have it? It's like, I don't know, Caballero, what I see with Caballero, he is playing the game within the game. Like, in that game, when he was able to, when Ben Rice scored, when he was able to get that pitch clock violation, that had nothing to do with the clock running. That had everything to do with him not locking eyes with the pitcher, engaging in that moment of like, you good? I'm good. Yeah, you good? I'm good. You looking at me? You looking at, yeah, you ready for the pitch? He just kind of looked down, adjusted his stuff, his gloves, something, and was able to kind of, get De Los Santos like that. So I like look at this guy and like he wasn't in the game. Like he was in the first game because they were facing Framber Valdez, so he got to start at third base, and Ryan McMahon hasn't been. Now they're not going to take Ryan McMahon out of the lineup. Ryan McMahon's starting. And I think you have Gossman, Scherzer, and Bassett. I'm pretty sure they're all right-handed pitchers. Yeah, he's going to be in the lineup. But Caballero should be playing because he's just a more crafty player that can, like, he's going to get every little inch in the game that he can get. So I don't know. It's something to think about here. Stanton will be back in right field. Grisham will be in center field. Belly will be in left. Austin Wells has come alive too, where like, it's an issue with Ben Rice a bit. Like Ben Rice had a nightmare of a night at first base, but they were able to overcome it. And you want his bat in the lineup over Goldie's. And if Wells is going to turn it on for this last stretch and start hitting, you want Wells in the lineup too. It's just something to think about. I want to see the Yankees put their best foot forward, man. It's too late. I had a tweet that kind of took off, and whatever. It's nobody cares about your Twitter. I know sometimes we lean on Twitter too much, but what I find is, when we're off air, Twitter is where we can interact with the audience and also other fans and other people that are talking sports when we're not on air. So like, I had a tweet where I said, this team, this 2025 team, and no one knows what's going to happen with them. It doesn't matter if I believe, if you believe, if I'm off the ride, on the ride, whatever. I'm a Yankee fan, bro. I'm going to be at the stadium and watch every single game. And selfishly, I want them to win the World Series more than a lot of things I want in life. But this team this year, like, they're going to be remembered for having all this talent. You're getting the best year out of Trent Grisham. You're getting a great year out of Cody Bellinger, who a lot of people like slept on, and like you were able to trade Cody Poteet for Cody Bellinger. And I said this team will be looked back on as one. And I can keep going, man. You're getting Ben Rice this year that you did not expect. Even the pieces that you traded for some of the other guys, like even Stanton, you could make an argument that in this short sample size, this is, Stanton is playing better than he ever played. The Yankees are going to have a bunch of guys with over 20 home runs. Ryan McMahon's at 19, and I know he didn't hit most of them with the Yankees, but you can add him to that group. Stanton's going to have over 20 home runs. Volpe's going to have over 20 home runs. Austin Wells is going to have over 20 home runs. Ben Rice, Cody Bellinger, Jazz. You're getting Jazz's best year of his career. Like, to think that, like, the Yankees have this much talent, and they're getting this many guys to play over expectations. But the two whipping boys and almost stains on this year are the fact that they have so much talent, but they also have so much loyalty to Devin Williams and Anthony Volpe. I said, I really can't comprehend how both of those guys get put above the team and the fan base over and over again. I think it's just the participation trophy era Yankees where it's just like, hey, you guys are good. You're all right. Get them next time. Oh, it was the umpire, Devin. You made some good pitches. Or, hey, Volpe's the shortstop. In what world does that guy get sent out? In this world. But maybe not in the Yankee universe. I do not like. I look at this American League, and it's a different type of situation than last year, where everyone said that the American League's a cakewalk, it's soft. Okay, but like, as you just heard Bruce and Flushing say, and we're looking for calls at 888-808-1010. Oh, Fleas just walked out. Well, hey, whatever. I could take the rest of the show. I don't need a call. When I look at this American League, even if I don't believe in the Yankees, I remember saying last year, like, I don't believe that this Yankees team is that great, but I believe that baseball is unpredictable and that whoever gets hot at the right time and plays their best baseball is the one that's going to. Baseball is unpredictable. They have all these talented hitters. I don't know how many, seasons they've gotten to October and not hit. How just look at the past few years that they've relied on Judge. Like, the fact that they're doing this without Judge bodes well for them. I'm never worried about the Yankees pitching. But when you look at Max Fried turning back into Max Fried, when you look at Carlos Rodón, who you should trust Carlos Rodón, watch him pitch. He's not the same guy. He's put in the work. He's changed. He grew a beard. They allowed him to grow a beard. He wakes up every day, he looks in the mirror, he feels like himself again. They get this bullpen sorted, which they absolutely can, right? They got to get Weaver together. They got to get Devin Williams in low leverage spots. They got to figure out Camilo Doval. Bednar's the closer. Tim Hill goes up against lefties. Fernando Cruz got a splitter that you can trust, and he can come in and strike guys out, swing and miss. Good to have him back. Mark Leiter Jr., I don't know, they'll find spots for him too. They have the pieces. They have the pieces to make a run against who now? Like the Red Sox just took a hit. Roman Anthony's down. And the Red Sox, I want to see the Red Sox again. Because even in this last series that we lost against the Red Sox, they could have won that first game. They definitely could have won that second game, right? They had a lead in the first game, blew it with some bullpen decisions, with some errors. And then in the second game against Max Fried, they lost that game 1-0. Come on. They could have beat them. They could have. And then the last game that they won, of course they won. So just looking at the Red Sox, all right, I saw Big Mac have a tweet about the gauntlet and say, the rules of the gauntlet. Now that they beat the Astros in Houston, everybody has faith and confidence now that they will beat the Astros in October. Yeah, sure. The Astros don't scare me. The Astros don't scare me. They should have beat the Astros when they came here in the beginning of August, but they wanted to throw Devin Williams in a tied game late. Never again. So what I'm getting at is this whole thing was supposed to be a redemption story. This was supposed to be these guys lost in the World Series. They got mocked. They lost Juan Soto. They retooled. They got better. Their defense got better. They went out and spent the money on a Max Fried. I'm happy we went out and bought Max Fried, right? Then little things happened that they weren't expecting. Trent Grisham's bat, Ben Rice's bat. Jazz missed a month, and he's having his best career year. They were able to make some moves at the deadline. A Cam Schlittler comes along. What? We saw Cam Schlittler in spring training. Nobody thought that this guy would be a guy that once you get to October, you want to see him start. So what I'm getting at, man, is it's a long season. It's a long road. It is right there. And you know what? The road is short. It's a long road when we go from spring training, seeing Cam Schlittler, briefly to now we're here and knock on wood, they're pretty much healthy. Can they get Judge back in right field so we really can put Voltron back together? It's right there for him, man. Let's go to Tony, Timber Tony in Montreal on the Fan. What's up, man?
You always put a smile on my face, Keith. I haven't talked to you for a long while, man. But the positive vibes, like you say, you got to always believe, right? And if you're a Yanks fan, you see what they did tonight. It's from the whole lineup, somebody's doing something positive. Grisham with that tomahawk home run, and different relievers coming in, and the team playing, knowing that Judge is out. Everybody's contributing. 3 hits tonight. One of the boys gets 3 hits and drives in all kinds of runs. I think they're doing great, and we always got to be positive. And I think Volpe made a good play in the infield, and I think people are chilling on that and leaving him alone. And like you said, how many 20 home run players are the Yanks going to have this year, Keith? Like, think about it. How we get power in the whole lineup, and I think we're doing great right now. It's like the vibe is good, and I don't hear anybody, dumping on Boone anymore. I don't hear it. Maybe I don't hear it up in Montreal, but it seems like he's kind of got a reprieve right now. He's got how many games that they've won until yesterday, obviously. So they're doing good, Keith. I think you're right on that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Tony. Good to hear from you. Winning cures all. If they lost this game tonight, which, it got close at one point. It was 4-3. If they lose tonight, then, yeah, you're ripping the manager, you're ripping the players, and, winning cures all. That's all we want, man. We want to win. They have the talent to win. The Astros are not better than them, right? If you think about just the 9 games that Devin Williams blew, give me half of them. If they had 4.5 games back, they'd be in first place. So, whatever. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They just won 2 out of these first 3 in this 12-game stretch. It is right there. This is fun. This is fun. You know what else, too? Knowing that they have to play these postseason teams and beat them is like a warm-up for the postseason. Going to Houston and feeling like this has postseason intensity and postseason energy is a warm-up for whatever we're going to be doing in October. That's what I'm telling you. Like, these guys put on cowboy hats and cowboy boots before they went to Houston. They should have swept them if it wasn't for a terrible performance by the home plate ump. They have a different look. Bro, I'm watching the game and I'm seeing Ryan McMahon, after he homers, come into the dugout. Him and Dominguez do some type of handshake. They're vibing different. Fernando Cruz gets that out. Come on. He's yelling and screaming. They're fired up. This is how teams build chemistry. This is how teams go to battle, go to war, and trust each other. And this is how championship teams are formed. 888-808-1019. I'm not saying that they're winning the World Series. I'm not saying but I'm seeing the things that I need to see. And if you can criticize them when you don't see the things that you need to see, on the same hand, you should be able to give them props and kudos when you do see them playing defense, when you do see them coming up with clutch hits, when you do see them manufacturing runs, not just off the home run. You got Trent Grisham's 3-run bomb tonight, and you got Ryan McMahon's homer tonight. But, they were able to, that Caballero just gamesmanship. I love that. This guy's not looking at me. I'm not looking at him. He didn't look, whatever. And then the umpires just, no, you got it. Ryan McMahon driving in a run just early in the game in the second inning because Javier's walking guys. He walks Austin Wells. Volpe singles. Ryan McMahon is able to come up in the 9 spot, drive in a run. Not off of just relying on the home run. Cody Bellinger had a single to drive in a run, getting traffic on the base pass, passing the baton. So it's a better vibe. It's a better feeling than losing to the Astros at home, Old Timers Day weekend. And, I think we can get over a little bit the decision to throw Devin Williams yesterday because of how close and borderline the calls were. I think right now your main concern with the Yankees is Luke Weaver and this bullpen and just kind of the order of operations as far as, pecking order or who comes out when and trying to, figure that out. But that gets sorted through the rest of this regular season. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey, next on the Fan. You got it, Los.
Hey, Keith. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. I saw something else that's glaring that as a Yankee fan, I'm just I'm a little nervous, this Judge, getting him back to playing the outfield because, even, Stanton's holding us down. He's pretty holding us down somewhat, but, I saw him make a nice play off the wall in left field to keep a guy to a single.
Yeah.
And then I see the Martian, same play it wrong, and it bounces all the way back to the infield. Guy gets a double.
Sure.
That's what's gonna kill us.
Well, maybe we somehow end up in Houston in the postseason, but we don't have to go back there. The Crawford boxes are tough. I think it's like 315 out there to left field. Dominguez is a whole rookie, hasn't played much out there. Stanton had played the last 3 days, so he was ready for that. No, I saw that too. It's not great. Dominguez has been on a whole journey in left field, this whole season. Thanks for the call, Carlos. That's kind of why he's not getting so much run. Bellinger's going to be out there, and when Judge comes back, he's in right. You know what with Judge is concerning me? First pitch swinging outs in this series. I think I saw at least 3, maybe 4 if I'm trying to recount. I think there was 2 yesterday, 1 today. I think there was another one. Have an at bat. You're Aaron Judge. You're DHing. Take a pitch. Is Judge getting eager? I don't know, man. I feel like Judge is getting eager to do something. He does not have good numbers in Houston, and I can recall at least 3 at-bats where he did not see enough pitches. Today, the first at-bat, he swung at the first pitch and flew out. In the 7th inning, he saw 3 pitches. On the 3rd pitch, he flew out. It's like, man, have an at-bat, Judge. You're Aaron Judge. You're the MVP. Rodón Alvarez looking like the MVP, but you're the MVP. Work your walks, Judge. But I guess I know it's like you can't criticize Judge. Of course we can, but I guess it's different for Judge too, being this DH for a month where he's used to playing both sides of the ball, being out there in the outfield, going through the ebbs and flows of the game, and I don't know, he's DHing and he wants to have his moment in the game, and it's like as soon as he sees something, he's swinging at it. It's like, bro, have an at bat, please. It's gonna help all of us. You're Aaron Judge. Make them throw you if it's in the zone, take a look at it, bro. Take a look at it for all of our sakes. I'm gonna go count. How many times. I'm looking at the game from yesterday, and then today. Did he do that again today? Today, he was 0 for. He had 3 walks. So I'm looking at the box score from yesterday. At least he worked some walks today. But Judge is not hitting like Judge is supposed to be hitting. And he was hitting against the White Sox. He was hitting against, the lesser teams, against the Astros. I don't know. I'm looking for Judge to look more like Rodón Alvarez. I'm looking for Judge to have more of an impact. But they're overcoming that. I guess I'm nitpicking. I guess I'm looking for things. But yeah, so I had it backwards. Tonight he did have 3 walks. It was the box score I was looking at from yesterday was the day where I was like, he's having too many bats. It's late, but he's still not it's not the Judge that's hitting for average. It's not the Judge that's hitting for power. It's not the Judge that is striking fear into pitchers as just a DH. And I don't know how long they're gonna wait to put him in the outfield. They may wait. They may continue. They may wait until October because it's a liability. Judge can make 1 throw and then you got to shut him down. But I think that is another piece. The 2 pieces that are missing right now, Judge getting back to right field, Judge getting back to being MVP caliber Judge, where this lineup is really crazy. And then figuring out the bullpen where everybody's got their spots and their lanes and, we don't have too many issues with, Devin Williams going here or Luke Weaver. They got to get Devin Williams figured out, Luke Weaver figured out, Camilo Duvall figured out. And honestly, that's too many guys to get figured out in the bullpen. Helly-Anna is in Brooklyn on the Fan. How you doing?
I'm good.
What you thinking about?
Carlos Rodón finally is who he's supposed to be when we actually signed him 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I always knew that he could be a bulldog. I knew he had the compete level in him. He's throwing more pitches now than when he was really just like fastball, slider. He's got the changeup, he's got the curve, and I attribute it to the beard. I think this guy is just looking at himself in the mirror and he feels like he's the guy, and he is out there. We win with him on the mound. He's battling on the mound. He's throwing over 100 pitches. He's overcoming. If I got to get 5 outs, I'm getting 5 outs.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and definitely with today. And his last start, have him stay in Boone, gave him the permission. to see how much he grown and got the trust from Boone, which is so exciting to see him develop so much over the past few years. He could be our number one starter in the Wildcard Series or the Division Series easily, and I would trust him.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there with Rodón. He's a different guy. I'm shedding the past. There's no reason to hold on to the version of himself that we saw when he first got here. He's done it time and time again here. You got no choice but to trust him, and he's showing you that he can get it done. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if he can carry that into October and he doesn't change. But, yes, he's got enough of a sample size here where he's not giving it up. He's not giving the home runs up. He's getting out of innings. Even when he doesn't have his best stuff, he's pitching. He's finding a way. I do trust Carlos Rodón now.
Thank you. Thank you for answering the call.
Thanks for making the call. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break here. And now I'm like going back. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I was wrong with Judge, but I'm like, no. In the first game, his first at bat, first pitch swinging, but it was a hit. And then his second at bat, he saw 4 pitches, but he lined out. It is what it is, man. I'm not going to pick a Judge. I just am like, everybody is getting some. Ryan McMahon is getting some. Austin Wells is getting some. Like, Trent Grisham is going crazy. Like, if we can get Judge to just, like, give us I don't know. Maybe he'll do it at home. He did it in Chicago, and he did it against the Nationals, and that is the missing piece. Judge getting back to his prowess at the plate, and I think they're going to really slow play it as far as getting him back in the outfield. But now Jazz going down, we'll have to see what happens there. We'll have to see if Jazz is in the lineup. If not, that's a little bit of a wrench thrown in this thing. But, like, I'm not so worried about it because it gives Caballero a lane. We might lose the power, and that sucks because Jazz is really, like, I was talking about, like, since Jazz lost his friend, like, he really turned it on. His at-bats have been better. He's working walks. He's kind of, but I knew today when he struck out and he kind of limped off, I'm like, nah, he's, I don't know. 888-808-1019. Hopefully Jazz is good. If not, Caballero, you get the opportunity to rock, and we trust you to get in the game and do what you got to do to affect the game and steal bases and be an agitator, and onward we go. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I've got 24 minutes left, so let's take this break, and I'll be right back.
The Scarlet Knights take on Miami of Ohio. 3:30 tomorrow.
He's in! Touchdown, Rutgers!
The home of Rutgers football is WFAN.
And the Scarlet Knights continue to dominate!
Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Why do you go to Princeton Longevity Center?
We go to Princeton Longevity Center because my husband's cardiologist told him having this exam saved his life.
Because somehow 20 turned into 40, and now I need to take my health more seriously. The Princeton Longevity Center designed a program to keep me healthy and active, so 50 and 60 will be no sweat.
Because even though my cholesterol is high, it turned out my arteries are clear. That's a big relief.
Whether you want to make the most of your future years or just want peace of mind, you need the Princeton Longevity Center. Their comprehensive preventive exam combines the latest technology with caring experts to create your personal plan for staying well.
Because I shouldn't have to wait an hour for a 10-minute physical. I go to Princeton Longevity Center because I get everything done in one day and take my results home with me.
Find out why you need Princeton Longevity. Call 888-8000-PLC or go to PrincetonLongevityCenter.com. Call 888-8000-PLC. That's 888-8000-PLC.
Cash App is built for this city. You got built-in security that's rock solid, Face ID, scam warnings, 24/7 chat support. It's like having a bodyguard for your money. You work too hard to let anything slip through the cracks. Download the Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and Cash App drops $10 right back into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Overdraft coverage provided by Cash App, A Block. Talk Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Okay. My last little run here. 888-808-1019. I'm in the chat on YouTube. They're talking about the Mets. But there's really only one guy forcing the Mets conversation. I mean, the Mets conversation right now is just Brandon Sproat's going to pitch in Cincinnati. Good. And I already kind of talked about, like, I guess this was the plan all along. Let the kids play. See what he's got. Can't be much worse than Kodai Senga. I get the feeling that Kodai Senga does not want to go play in Syracuse. I get the feeling that Kodai Senga is like, me? No, put me on the IL. Shut me down then. Because, like, how long do they have to discuss? Kodai Senga was on the mound when I was at Citi Field on Sunday. It is now Friday. How long do they have to talk about him potentially going to the minor leagues? Speaking of minor leagues, Francisco Alvarez has been turning heads down there, and he's expected to come back and join the Mets on Friday today in Cincinnati. So that's good. And we'll see what happens. The Mets obviously have a good size lead on the Cincinnati Reds, and I don't think the Reds can rock with the Mets. I think the Reds had a little bit of a run, but the San Francisco Giants just went on a run where they won like 10 out of 12, 10 out of 11, and they jumped the Reds. So the San Francisco Giants are 4 games back. Oh, I know you guys are looking at Drew Gilbert. I know you can't be too pleased with what he's been for the Giants as they are applying pressure. Wouldn't that be something if they just continue to go and somehow catch the Mets? I don't think they will, though. I think the Mets are a postseason team. I think they're there. I think Juan Soto is carrying the team, and then you've got Pete Alonso and guys like Jeff McNeil who are playing well. Mark Viento's playing well. And now it's just to sort out the pitching in the bullpen. And for me, I'm just like, when I look at both these teams, it's too late in the year to talk about, we'll get these guys right. Like, it takes weeks to get guys right. In weeks, it's the postseason. Like, sometimes you just got to call a spade a spade. Sometimes you got to just cut ties. Sometimes you just got to be like, we've seen enough Kodai Senga. We've seen enough Sean Manaea. We've seen enough Ryan Helsley. This ain't it. We can't let you cost us, right? Again, it goes back to what I was saying about the Yankees with like Volpe and Devin Williams. Like, it's crazy to see, like, the thing in team sports is like the team comes first. The best players play. You don't put anybody in front of the team. And as you get down to these last few weeks in these important games, you got to put your best foot forward. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Josh and Passaic on the Fan. What's up, Josh?
Yo, Keys, what's doing, man? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Football's back. Now we'll get ready for this Brazil game with the Chiefs and the Chargers, and we just got to see the Dallas Cowboys lose to the Eagles, and, the weather's getting a little cooler, and baseball is getting closer to the best baseball of the season, so I'm all good.
Being an ex-Cowboys fan, I guess I'm going to care too much about the game tonight, and I got to get, like, the perfect stat line for, like, Justin Fields, coming up this Sunday. I think it's a perfect hit. Ready? 8 for 19, 120 yards, 2 picks, 3 sacks. I just can't see him. Yes, I can't see him coming out. I can't see him coming out and throwing the runs. Like, it's very funny how they always play, when Sam Darnold left the Jets, like, nailed it. They played the Panthers that first game, and he, like, ripped them. Now I can't see Aaron Rodgers going off at 400 yards. But, like, to be on the Steelers, he just got to throw 200 yards. They have a great defense. Like, I really see this being, like, a 23, like, 6 game. I can't see the Jets being in it.
It's week 1. Aaron Rodgers hasn't played. It's week 1. No one's going to be really sharp. It's a 1 o'clock game. It's early. I'll say this. Justin Fields, if he's only completing 8 passes and throwing 2 interceptions, that ain't much better than Zach Wilson. I think he's going to be better than that. Aaron Rodgers, I don't see throwing for 400 yards. Who's he throwing to? DK Metcalf's going to have 200 yards on his own? Roman Wilson?
He's got time.
No, I don't know if he's going to have time. I mean, they have a good all-line, but, like, this guy is he's way past his prime. He's so old. He's going to be getting rid of the ball. He doesn't want to get hit. If you remember last year, they talked about him being chuck and duck, him being afraid to take a hit. That's still going to play this year, especially in the first game. He's not going to want to get hit. I just think that, expectations are low. I think the Steelers fans are going to show up. I think the Steelers are more of a cohesive unit, and they have a good coach, and they've played together more than this Jets team, and they'll probably win. But I am excited to see what the Jets offense looks like. I was reading something. It said the Jets hope to get early leads and lean on their strengths. At some point, Fields will have to make plays from the pocket and big third down spots. If his ability to do that surpasses expectations, the Jets maybe can expand their offense from there. But in the meantime, expect them to run some more. But I think they're selling run, and then they're going to have some special plays drawn up. And Garrett Wilson, he's got to eat too, so they're going to throw him the ball. I like that Garrett Wilson said that him and Rodgers hadn't spoke. There's nothing that they had to talk about once the season ended. I really do think this is Aaron Rodgers' Super Bowl. He's coming in with a chip on his shoulder. He's going to try and beat the Jets, light it up. But I think he might force and try too hard. I don't know. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be an underwhelming game. I don't think it's going to be that exciting.
On those fields, him and DJ Moore, we did see a drop out of that. So, of course, I was hoping Garrett Wilson could to that. Then, unlike the Giants, it's crazy, going into this year, you see, the season going, 18 different directions. When are you putting the quarterback in? What are we trying to do? Are the coaches keeping the jobs? So I'll just put a quick point about the Mets here. Because, as it's perfect time, a team mostly heating up. It's very funny to notice how the pitchers that are pitching all the starters, none of them got to do with David Stearns. Pretty wild. All the guys he brought in, these guys can't pitch when we need them. So the two guys, three guys, they don't have to do with them, two rookies and Peterson. These guys are really cooking. Just interesting to see that, Keith. Thanks for taking my call. Have a great weekend, man.
Thanks for the call, Josh. Yeah. I don't know. I saw a lot of criticism of David Stearns' moves. Like Frankie Montas, Griffin Canning, Clay Holmes. Even injuries have hit. Some people are he signed A.J. Minter. He got hurt. Griffin Canning, he got hurt. And now, his second year on the job, he's trying to see what he has in these young kids. So far, Nolan McLean is one of the, talks of the league. So, great with him. Let's see what Jonah Tong can do his second time out. Let's see what Brandon Sproat can do. I don't think they could do much worse. I don't think they could do much worse than Senga and Minaya. I think you got to be looking forward to that young energy, and I expect them to hit. I expect Soto to continue. I expect Alonso and Vientos and even guys in between like Marte and Beatty, those, Torrens, and now Torrens is going to have company with Alvarez. They're going to hit. I was looking at something on MLB Now. MLB Network puts out a lot of great stuff. And, talking about Juan Soto and the difference between him last year and this year stealing bases. With the Yankees, he had 7 stolen bases. He's got 20 more stolen bases. And they're giving a lot of credit to Anton Richardson, the first base coach for the Mets. Probably got in his ear for the amount of walks that you're going to have, casually, drop your bat and head to first base and lull them to sleep. And then when they're not thinking about it, you're gone. And Soto's been on it, man. I just think it's like an added thing for him to add value and also show the player that he is. And I think I said the other day, a lot of Yankee fans were having fun with Juan Soto's first year with the Mets not being like it was last year, talking about, he misses Judge and, he's going to have a down year compared to last year. He's not. And, when you look at, he's going to have more walks, he's going to have more runs, he's definitely going to have more stolen bases. I think he has the chance to have 42 home runs and have more home runs. What it's going to come down to is, okay, your individual numbers, cool. Can the Mets get to the World Series? Can Juan Soto lead the Mets to the World Series? Can he get hot right now and put the team on his back like that? I don't know, maybe. No, I don't know. You need more. Well, nobody knows. And the National League obviously is going to be a little bit tougher than the American League, and that's all you hear, all season from last year to this year. But, not for nothing. The Dodgers, right? The Dodgers aren't as mighty as they once were. The Dodgers, let's see. The Dodgers lost to Pittsburgh, so the Dodgers ended up getting swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I think they got swept in Pittsburgh for the season by the Pirates. When you want to talk about payrolls, right? You want to talk about the Mets payroll. You want to talk about the Dodgers payroll. Like, you can't win a game in P-Town off the Pirates with all that money. It's tough. You know, the Dodgers also lost the series to the Diamondbacks. And they're just not the big, bad Dodgers that we thought. But, hey, experience plays. And I know they got a lot of guys with a lot of experience in the postseason, so you expect them to be there. You expect them to be formidable. The Brewers, to me, great record. They have an old school manager, a great style of play. But I don't know how much that's going to play in October. I think they're going to fold in October as they've done over and over and over again. They're cooling off a little bit too. The Mets own the Phillies. So you're going to sleep at night as a Met fan hoping that you tango with the Phillies somehow, some way. I don't think the Phillies really scare anybody. And then with this wild card, I think the Cubs are the Cubs are the team. I think the Cubs are a team that they can hit, they can pitch. If they get hot, you got to look out for them. Padres too, because they've got some star players and they've got some pitching. And then, them going to add Mason Miller. I can't wait for the postseason. It's just so unpredictable. There's so many good players. There's so many good teams. It all is based on, what starting pitcher has a good night, whose bullpen can hold. It's anybody's game. Anybody can get it done. 888-808-1019 as I approach my last 5 minutes here and I try and see if there's anything that I didn't hit on. Yeah, I talked about the Jets a little bit. With the Giants, I saw that the Giants had muzzled Jackson Dart and Jameis Winston after the Giants flip-flopped the order of their backup quarterbacks to elevate rookie Dart over Winston on the unofficial depth chart. Team officials made both quarterbacks unavailable for interviews this week in what appears to be a violation of the NFL media access policy. Nothing to talk about. Let's get to Sunday. Nothing to talk about. I can't wait for Sunday. It's like, obviously, you've got, what could be, the Yankees rubber match or the Yankees going to sweep Toronto. And then you've also got the full slate of NFL. Oh, and, with Red Zone, there's a lot of talk about Red Zone in these commercials. I saw Adam Schefter wrote, some added clarity. NFL Red Zone is 7 hours, 420 minutes. Over that time, viewers will be served 1 to 2 total minutes of ads in 15-second increments. This comes out to anywhere between 0.25% or 0.5% of the total time, considerably less than any other sports or entertainment programs. So what? They started to introduce it last year, honestly. They started to introduce ads, commercials into Red Zone last year. It's all business. It's all money. You're still going to watch if you watch. I saw Nick Wright telling people, if you just consume Red Zone, like you're not a real NFL fan. Of course you are. I think if you're watching Red Zone, like I have Fubo where you can watch picture in picture. So why wouldn't you have the Jet game on, the Giant game on, or like the way I set it up, you can do the 3 where you can put CBS, Fox, and Red Zone on. Why wouldn't you want to see your fantasy team score? Why don't you want to see your parlays cash? But yeah, Nick Wright had a take that a lot of people got after, and I got after him too. He said, you can't be a self-respected diehard NFL fan if the only way you consume football is through Red Zone. Watch a whole game like an adult. Okay. My wife says that. My wife's like, I miss when we just watch one game. And I'm like, I'm trying to see everything. And then when you talk about people watching one game, didn't we all just watch one NFL game tonight? Yes. Don't we all watch Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football? Yes, there's one game on. Red Zone is different. Red Zone is a beast. We'll see what happens with it with ESPN, but I cannot wait. And even just Scott Hansen himself. Like, that dude knows so much. He's so good at his job. He's such a perfect host for that. Like, feeling like, you're chilling with Scott Hansen and he's bringing you in and out of games. Here's the Octo Box. Oh, okay, now we're going to go to Cleveland. They're inside the 20. Like, I don't know. I eat that stuff up. I love football. I love Sundays. I try not to do anything on Sunday. I try to sit on the couch. I try not to leave the crib. We go grocery shopping in the morning. By the time 1 o'clock comes, fantasy lineup set, parlays locked in, and we're not doing anything. And that starts again on Sunday. We're 2 days away. Giants, Commanders, and the Jets will host the Steelers. And, yeah, the Steelers fans are going to be in the building. So what? You know what? Low-key, that's going to be a Chris Boswell game. Chris Boswell is going to kick 4 field goals. They'll score 1 touchdown. Like, it's really going to be Aaron Rodgers' first time out there with a brand new team, brand new offense, but in a familiar setting. And I know that's the same thing with Justin Fields too, but I just feel like Justin Fields was with the Jets earlier. Justin Fields did play in the preseason. I think he'll have a little bit more rapport. There's so much mystery and intrigue to what their offense is going to be. And I think they're overselling the run. We're going to run. We know you're going to run the ball. We know you're going to run the ball. Braylon Allen, Breece Hall, Isaiah Davis, Justin Fields. We know you're going to run the ball. But it's the NFL. You can't run the ball every play. You can't run the ball on 3rd and long. So that's where it's going to be interesting. And I think Justin Fields is going to prove some people wrong. I think he's going to make some throws. He's going to probably make some bad throws. He's probably going to throw some screens into the dirt or sail one over a guy's head. Be too strong with some throws. But I think he's also going to have some throws that make you say, "Wow, this guy can throw the ball. Wow, that was a good pass." Like, oh, I see why this guy's an NFL quarterback. And then with Jackson Dart, I really don't think they're going to throw him into the fire. I really don't think that they're going to throw him in for like a package of plays. I think, it's Russell Wilson's show. Let him operate. Get the ball to Malik Neighbors. And I think that Commanders game can be closer than people think. I don't think it's just a guarantee that the Commanders beat the Giants. I do think it's a guarantee that the Cowboys beat the Giants, though. They're going to have extra rest. They're going to be extra motivated, open up their building. Giants have back-to-back weeks on the road. All right, that's all I got, man. I'm out of here. CMAC's coming up next to kind of restart this thing. Stay tuned right here. Listen to his show. Again, check us out on YouTube and make sure you subscribe. I'm out of here. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
All of a sudden, man, that 97-mile-an-hour fastball starts showing up, and man, he looks great. I mean, this is like a gift from the heavens for Met fans.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. The Yankees able to pass the first test of this gauntlet, 12 games against playoff teams, finished off the Astros 8-4 to take the series.
Really, really gritty, good performance by the guys, especially as they started to come back off of how emotional last night was and everything, and a tough loss. And for the guys to come out, build a lead, have the Astros come back, and them to just keep pulling away, and some big performances out of the pen to finish it off. Just a really good win.
Carlos Rodón allowed 2 runs over 6 for his 16th win. Ryan McMahon went deep, part of a 3-hit, 3 RBI night. But Trent Grisham, a 3-run shot during a 4-run 8th, his 30th homer of the season.
Oh, it feels good. A series against a playoff team, playing meaningful games like that down the stretch, I think it's good for us going forward.
There was an injury concern. Jazz Chisholm left contusions on both knees. Yankees now 3 back of the Blue Jays, begin a 3-game set in the Bronx later tonight. Nolan McLean's been brilliant. Jonah Tong, solid, got a win in his debut. Now the Mets going to Brandon Sproat to make it 3 times the charm. Rookie will make his Major League debut Sunday against the Reds, taking the place of Kodai Senga as they continue to try to get him right after all his struggles. And the Eagles top the Cowboys 24-20. Jalen Hurts, couple touchdown runs. Jalen Carter ejected before the first play from scrimmage for spitting on Dak Prescott. 66 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 2:02 on the Fan. McMonagle here with you on this Football Friday. Friday morning, we have made it. We've made it to the weekend. We've made it to the football season. We have made it to the first series of the Gauntlet.
as the New York Yankees take 2 out of 3 against the Houston Astros, and we saw the opening night of the NFL season, and it was a festive one. It was a busy one. 888-808-1019. I got you for 3 hours. You take it to 5 o'clock. We got Fleegs on the other side. And it is a football Friday. We'll have picks. We'll have Marco, Fleegs, and myself back at it for a third NFL season doing our picks. But we'll start with the Yankees. We'll get to the football as Jalen Carter made the beginning of the NFL season. How about that for the beginning of an NFL season? Like, that's how the season starts. Just the way the script writers wrote it up. I mean, you get an injury on the kickoff, which is designed to not have injuries anymore. And then you get Jalen Carter spitting in the face of Dak Prescott, which eliminates him from the game before he takes a defensive snap. The best defensive player on the Philadelphia Eagles. We lost the best player on the Cowboys, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, when they traded him to the Green Bay Packers. Now you lose the best player on the Philadelphia Eagles defense before the game even starts. Just the way the NFL drew it up. It doesn't matter because everyone's watching. The number's going to be huge, and the NFL season's huge. But my goodness, could they start in any worse of a manner than to watch that crap? We'll get to the the CeeDee Lamb drops. We'll get to the game a little bit as Philadelphia, the defending Super Bowl champions, take down the Cowboys week 1, first game of the season, 24-20. But we got to start with the New York Yankees. We'll get to the football in a second. But this was a huge win for the Yankees. A huge win for the Yankees as they take 2 of 3 in starting this series and starting the gauntlet. So you know what that means. Just so we all understand the rules. And I tweeted this out just so we all know the rules. The rules are now that because the Yankees beat the Houston Astros 2 out of 3 in this very important stretch where the Yankees are playing really good quality teams, and this clearly matters for the postseason, that now Yankee fans, we are supremely confident that if we play the Houston Astros in the postseason, easy peasy, they just took 2 out of 3. So there goes that. It means so much, these games. So now we have one less thing to worry about. The Astros, write them off the list. Not going to lose to the Astros in the postseason. Just took 2 out of 3 out in Houston. So you feel good about that. And you feel good about Carlos Rodón. Let's just start there. Because let's be honest, because I got into it a little bit with Marash in a couple of tweets. I know that I'm being sarcastic about what these games mean, and I understand I don't take too much into the idea of beating good teams or bad teams. All I care about is finishing one game better than Toronto or the Boston Red Sox and winning the division. And I don't lean too much into finding out so much in every single game. But let's just start here. As Carlos Rodón, since he's been a Yankee, and maybe for his whole career, but we didn't give a damn when he was in Chicago and San Francisco. But since he's been a Yankee, this dude has been the guy who folds when things go poorly. 1, he doesn't pitch well in big games. And 2, when the ball starts rolling in the wrong direction, Carlos Rodón folds up shop and allows 1 run to become 3 or 4, and he is unable to stop the bleeding. Well, that dude doesn't exist anymore for the New York Yankees. This guy has been completely different. This was his 16th win last night. He now leads Major League Baseball. Not that wins get you Cy Youngs or anything anymore, but it does tell you that he pitches deep enough into games where this bullpen that's lost more games after leading in the 7th inning than any other team this side of the Arizona Diamondbacks. So it tells you he goes deep into games, and it tells you that he's able to limit the damage. And last night, he was a freaking bulldog. You got to give him credit. He had his changeup working all night. He was locating that fastball. He didn't get a lot of strikeouts. His defense played well behind him for the most part, outside of Rice, which I mean, he's just dropping. I mean, those are easy plays. I can't imagine a first baseman. I don't care. Like, I know they get a lot of flack for playing guys out of position. That's just catching a baseball. I have no idea what happened with Rice tonight. But outside of that, I mean, you have that play. You've got obviously in the 6th inning. So he gets through 5. He's in the 90 pitch, right around 90 pitches heading into the 6th. And they're talking about on the broadcast, and you know how important it is with this bullpen, right? With this bullpen. And we saw how the bullpen pitched the rest of the way outside of Cruz. And we're going to get to Fernando Cruz in a second. But how important it is to get through that 6th inning for these starters. With the way the bullpen specifically for the Yankees is pitching, but just in general in baseball, you want to get through that 6th. It is a huge difference between asking your bullpen to get 12 outs or asking your bullpen to get 9 outs. And he starts it off. He's got a 2-strike count on Alvarez, who they couldn't get out the entire damn series. He makes a good slider well off the plate, and Alvarez hits a little, 100 hopper down the third baseline for a double. And right there, you're like, oh, boy, here we go. And then you get the ridiculous call. And by the way, I don't want to complain about umpiring. I normally don't. This was, without question, the worst officiated series I have ever seen. The home plate umpire tonight just didn't happen to be so disparagingly bad between helping the Astros and hurting the Yankees, but he was awful. How many pitches in the middle of the freaking zone were called balls? For both teams, he just didn't happen to kill the Yankees. He was equally bad for both, where Walsh last night, as the home plate umpire, was particularly awful for the New York Yankees and obviously Devin Williams. And then he makes the ridiculous call on a ball that's clearly caught on a line from McMahon and gives the Astros first and second, nobody out. And Carlos Rodón goes to work. And then he gets a double play that should have been a double play, but Rice can't make the play, ends up only giving up 1 run. And any other time that we have seen Carlos Rodón, I talked about it going into this series. It's big to win these series. These 12 games, I'll downplay what beating good teams means and all the stuff around it. But we know how important these games are, specifically because they need to win games to win the division. And they're going to play the Blue Jays coming up here for 3-game set, play the Red Sox at the end of this thing for a 3-game set. These games are important because you want to win the division, and winning these games are the cleanest, clearest way to that path. And this was a big game coming off a miserable loss last night, and Carlos Rodón pitched beautifully. Carlos Rodón stayed off the barrel. Carlos Rodón pitched well into 100 pitches and got out of a jam and outplayed poor defense, outplayed a ridiculous call from the umpire. That was an incredible performance from Carlos Rodón. And I'm sorry, I know that he's had a history with the New York Yankees, and I'm not diminishing it. And of course, when the game is actually played, when he decides, whenever it is, whether it's in the wild card series or the DS, or whenever we see Carlos Rodón in a postseason series, whenever he gets that game 2 start, we're all going to be nervous because that's the life of a baseball team. That's the life of postseason sports in general. But I don't know how you can't look at what Carlos Rodón has done this year and not feel like he has earned a hell of a lot more confidence in big spots. He's earned it. He's earned every bit of it. He has been much better this year. He's had a couple of games where he didn't pitch well, a couple against the Red Sox in particular. He has not been perfect. But this is a dude who leads the Major League Baseball in wins. He was an all-star. And without question, there are still some big games where he's blown up. But for the most part, in these games where he's pitching relatively well, he has not allowed anything. Umpires, errors, big hits, lucky bounces. He hasn't allowed anything to deter him from keeping a good start, and giving this Yankee team an opportunity to win the game. And that's what Carlos Rodón did last night. That was a big-time play, a big-time game for him, a big-time 6th inning to gut through that. And to me, he's the guy you leave that game with all, jokes aside about what you can take from these games and what they mean about how they play against good teams. That's the guy I look at and say, he made a statement last night. I feel good about Carlos Rodón. I feel good about him and Max Fried at the top of a rotation heading into a postseason series. Now, what do I not feel great about? This bullpen necessarily. As the Yankees offense comes through, we'll get into McMahon and his last 7 or 8 games and how important he is, and the big base hit that he comes through before the Trent Grisham home run. And I don't know how many times we can continue to talk about Trent Grisham. 30 home runs from Trent Grisham. 30. And I don't know, 28 of them clutch as hell. And you get the big hit from McMahon leading into that at bat, and he comes through with the big home run. But 2 key moments in this game. Obviously, as I said, Rodón getting through the 6th. And then in the 7th, with 2 outs after Weaver has not been good now for back-to-back performances, he gives up the home run. Then he gets into more of a jam. They have to go to Cruz against Altuve, and Cruz waits until the last second of the pitch clock and throws an absolute perfect split finger in the zone to strike out Altuve. That was a huge moment in the game as the Yankees had allowed it to become 4-3 after the home run Weaver gave up. And you know if they tie that game, they're going to win it. And right now, Fernando Cruz has had an incredible season. And you look at this bullpen, they are in desperate need of him. He's been great when he's been healthy. He's missed two long stints on the IL. But that split finger plays. And he has been a strikeout machine when he's healthy for the New York Yankees. And as this bullpen, you can't throw, let's just go through the names of who you can't throw. Right? You can't throw Devin Williams in a big spot. You can't throw Duvall in a big spot. You can't throw Bednar, the closer, off of 4 days off, that's for sure, as he was terrible and found a way to get some strikeouts late with a 5-run lead in the ninth. But, they're limited. You can't throw Hill against right-handed hitters. Obviously, you can't throw Devin Williams. Weaver's not been good. For Cruz to come through in that spot, get that strikeout, and then get through the eighth inning, and to do it in the verbose mannerisms and facial expressions and enthusiasm that he's given you, he's a huge part to this bullpen, and he came through at the biggest moment of the game outside of the home run. That to get out of that inning and strike out Altuve, who did nothing in the series, as Alvarez was killing him. Altuve's done nothing in the series. He gets a big strikeout there, and the Yankees end up scoring 4 runs in the top of the next inning. Big home run from Trent Grisham, and the Yankees able to hold on after a shaky ninth. But that is a really good, solid win to set up this series against Toronto, because that's really what it's about. Right, beating the Astros is nice. They've had success in that building. Winning 2 out of 3 against a good team, I suppose that means something. Not that much to me, but it's 2 out of 3. It's about winning this division. And right now, they head into a series against Toronto. Cam Schlittler on the mound tonight with a 3-game deficit, 3 in the loss column, with a 3-game set against Toronto, playing the biggest 3 games of the season. And to head into that with the momentum of beating the nemesis of the last decade in their building. And doing it in a manner with, let's be honest, outside of the 8th inning of Game 2, the New York Yankees dominated this entire series. The New York Yankees were the better team for almost every other inning of the entire 3-game set outside of that miserable 8th inning in Game 2, which cost them a game. They outplayed them. They made mistakes too, the Astros, whether it's obviously the bunts in Game 1, which I'll still never understand, or the pitch clock violations in Game number 3 here that gave the Yankees a couple of runs. They made mistakes. The Yankees outplayed them. The Yankees outhit them. This offense right now, without Aaron Judge, and I heard Keith talking about this, the broadcast is talking about it. Let's be honest. They were pitching around him. He walked 3 times in the game. It's hard to kill Judge. He's on base constantly in the series, but he hasn't really come through with that big hit. This offense has been carried by guys like Trent Grisham and Cody Bellinger and Jazz Chisholm, who had to leave the game with hopefully just a banged up knee, a couple of knees, and should be back. But we talked for so long last year. And the year before that, forget it, when they were miserable in 23. But so much of the talking point about this Yankee team is it's Judge and nobody else. And if Judge doesn't hit in the postseason, you can't win. Well, right now, this offense, and I'm sure the haters will make excuses. Framber Valdez was all mad and pissed off and throwing meatballs and pissed at his own catcher, so that doesn't count. Christian Javier has, coming off Tommy John, that doesn't count. I'm sure we'll have a bunch of reasons why beating the Astros wasn't impressive. But this offense went into a building and a team that has given the Yankees a tough time, a pitching staff that they threw Framber Valdez and a guy in Javier who owns the New York Yankees. And every game this series, they put up at least 7 runs. And Judge really hasn't done a damn thing. And Stanton, outside of the 1 solo home run, didn't do a damn thing. They're finding ways to get offense from McMahon, who had a big series, from Trent Grisham, who obviously has had a monster season, from Ben Rice, who's been hitting the ball all over the place. They've been finding ways. Wells had a big game in this series with 3 hits and 3 RBIs. They have done a really nice job, and it's all leading into the most important series of the year starting tonight with Cam Schlittler on the mound against the Blue Jays. This is now the series to try and go out there. If you want to win this division, bare minimum, you have to take 2 out of 3. You cannot fall behind further and expect to still win this division. So the gauntlet is now 3 games in. The Yankees take the first 2 of 3 against the Houston Astros. We say goodbye to Houston for the regular season, see if we see them again. And if so, again, say it with me, the gauntlet rules. Yankees are going to win that series because they won these 2 out of 3 games. So you know that's a fait accompli, easy. And now we're hoping to prove the same thing, that they can beat the Toronto Blue Jays and beat them in the playoffs if necessary. But a huge win. Carlos Rodón, Ryan McMahon, overcoming terrible umpiring. Trent Grisham yet again. Fernando Cruz. A lot of guys stepping up, and the Yankees showing emotion and coming through with a big win. And then you get to the football, and let's talk about the Cowboys for a second, because I'm out there on a limb. I'm out there on a limb talking about how I think the New York Giants can win the first 2 games of this season. Because, one, I didn't think much of I thought the Cowboys were going to take a major hit. Now, look, if you watch this game, I thought the Cowboys played pretty well. I thought the Cowboys in the second half completely shut down the running game of Philadelphia. I think this Cowboys passing attack can be dangerous. Williams, their running back, had a good start to the game. Obviously, they kind of took all the momentum when Jalen Carter gets thrown out of the game for spitting on Dak Prescott. And now, here's real quick, too. I'm driving in. I'm watching mainly, I'm focused on the Yankee game. I'm a Yankee fan. These are big Yankee games. But I'm watching the game. Then I see on social media that Dak Prescott spit first. Dak Prescott, I'm going to try that one more time. Dak Prescott spit into the ground as he was walking towards Jalen Carter. The idea that warranted or somehow, like, it's unfair because Dak spit first, I don't know if anybody actually has that belief. I'm seeing some of that on social media. You must be out of your mind. He spits directly in the chest of Dak Prescott. It's embarrassing. He should be. I'm glad they kicked him out of the game. There might be disciplinary actions further than that, and he deserves every bit of it. How is that possible? How can you spit on someone before the game starts and then walk off the field practically laughing as you are letting your team down to start the game, and they go right down the field on you and score a touchdown and take a 7-0 lead with their passing attack? And thankfully, the Eagles are just too good to even let that beat them. But this Cowboys team, let's just talk about that because we know how good the Eagles are. We know what Jalen Hurts is. Early on in the game, dominating the game with his legs. Obviously makes the big run on third down to get the first down to ice the game. We'll get to that as well. But I'm more specifically looking at the Cowboys because I'm talking about the start of this season, how important it is for the New York Giants. And I look at this Cowboys team, and I got to be honest, I was impressed with them. Now, CeeDee Lamb drops he had like 4 drops on the game. The one deep down the field, like on a little skinny post, it is right in his hands. He had a really good game. What he ends up with? He ends up with 7 receptions for 7 receptions for 110 yards. So he has a big-time game. And you could tell early on he was getting separation on this Eagles defense. But his drops in this game were absolutely killer. But I have to admit, I was impressed with the Cowboys. I thought the offense looked dangerous at times. I think the passing attack is going to be a problem. I don't expect CeeDee Lamb to have drops like that on a weekly basis. I thought the defense in the second half completely shut down the running attack. In the second half, I think Saquon Barkley has 18 carries for 60 yards. I think in the last, after the long lightning delay, I think he ran for -1 yard from the middle of the third quarter on. So they completely shut down this running attack. Early on, the Eagles were kind of having their way with them. But I got to tell you, I thought, now, at the end of the game, they're unable to make the big play. I'm really curious about their head coach, as they made a big deal that he's never been a head coach at any level before. And the idea that this team didn't expect or couldn't, plan for Jalen Hurts' legs being what hurt them in the biggest play of the game to ice the game is embarrassing. The idea that they left the middle of the field open for him to run for a first down to end the game is almost mind-numbing, considering that was pretty much the Eagles' only offense for practically the entire game. But I have to admit, I thought the Cowboys showed up, played well against a divisional opponent that they're very familiar with on the road. Got a little bit of a break early on in the game, but that defense looked better than I thought. They stacked the box, and Philadelphia really didn't have much for them. So I thought it was a good game. It was a good start to the season. Obviously, Philadelphia, we know how talented they are. We know how good that defense can be. And we know, well, especially when they have Carter in there, and we know what Jalen Hurts can do with his legs and his arm. But ultimately, I mean, if you would have looked at it, like for the Cowboys, even though they lost the game, and obviously that's the most important thing, what's frustrating for the Cowboys is, if you look at it, Jalen Hurts threw for 152 yards. He threw for 152 yards. He ran for 62. They held Saquon Barkley to only 60 yards on 18 rushes. Devontae Smith had 3 catches. A.J. Brown had 1 catch for 8 yards, and they still lost the football game. Like, if you would have told me that was going to be the case, that they were going to hold Jalen Hurts to 60 yards rushing, 150 yards passing, keep Saquon Barkley to 60 yards rushing, have Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown ultimately have very little impact in the game, and yet they were still going to lose? I mean, it's a frustrating loss for the Cowboys. But the season starts with a bunch of nonsense as Jalen Carter, who, let's be honest, everyone's praising the Eagles for picking him. He fell to them because of teams' concerns with issues like this. And he starts off the season, the NFL season, as we're all watching Roger Goodell and the NFL getting ready for another campaign, as they're probably getting us ready to join another streaming service next year and play in another country and expand. And it starts with an injury on a process that they've tried to mainstream injuries out of it. And then it starts with one of the bigger stars for the Super Bowl defending champs spitting in the face of the starting quarterback for America's team. That's how the season started for the NFL. And nobody cares. We eat it up. 888-808-1019. So we'll get to the football game. We'll get to the Yankees, obviously. A little bit of Mets, as Sproat will make his Major League debut. They announced that on Sunday. He will pitch against the Cincinnati Reds. So we get all three, McClain, Tung, and Sproat, all up here in the Met rotation. We'll get to that as well. A huge series coming up for the New York Yankees and the Toronto Blue Jays tonight with Cam Schlittler on the mound. And the Yankees start the gauntlet, winning 2 of 3 over the Houston Astros. So we got football to do. We'll have picks right around the 3:50, 3:45 time period into the 4 o'clock update with Marco and Fleegs. We'll take your calls till then. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan on this Football Friday, as we got you for another 2.5 hours taking your calls right here on The Fan.
Swing on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees are back in the Bronx taking on the Blue Jays. 7:05 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New
York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City or at hlgross.com.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:30. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. This song always reminds me of Craig. Craig loved this song, and he just started his new podcast. I got to listen to it this morning. I'll listen to it this morning. But that should be good on the Fox network or whatever. But I know he's doing a podcast. He just put it out there, and this song always reminds me of Craig. He loved Pony. Was a big Pony guy. And me and Fleegs were just talking about something very personal to us. We are big 24 fans, and it sounds like Kiefer Sutherland did an interview, and he's talking about Howard Gordon, the original executive producer, has written some things, and we might be getting more 24 and Jack Bauer. Nothing would make me happier. Those are my passions in life, ladies and gentlemen. I am a huge sports guy, but Yankees, Giants, Knicks, all that. But my outside likes are Lord of the Rings. Since I was a young child and my father would read me the books before they made any movies, Well, maybe not any movies because they had those cartoon versions. Really, The Hobbit. They had those cartoon versions of The Lord of the Rings, but it's too much ground to cover. But they have that cartoon Hobbit movie from like the 70s or whatever. But so I watched that when I was a kid. But my father was into Lord of the Rings. He got it from Led Zeppelin. I think that's where he first picked up on Lord of the Rings because Led Zeppelin makes a lot of references to it in their music. And then he began reading. But I remember walking. My grandfather had a pool in his backyard, and my dad, walking us from our house to my grandparents' house. I forget how, 20-minute walk, 25-minute walk. And he would be reading Lord of the Rings to us while we did it. The Beatles and 24. Those are my three things. And Eminem. Eminem's waned a little bit, but 2005, 2003, 2004, CMAC was big into Eminem. But Lord of the Rings, The Beatles, and 24. And there's always new stuff with those three. That's the one thing. It's amazing. The Beatles have a documentary coming out every 10 days. There's a new Beatles thing coming out. Lord of the Rings is now doing another project, The Search for Gollum or something like that. They got more movies coming out. And now maybe Jack Bauer's back? It doesn't get better than that. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls, though. It's obviously a big win for the Yankees. It got nerve-wracking at the end, trying to hold on to a 5-run lead, allowing the bases loaded and allowing the tying run to come to the plate in the form of Carlos Correa and drawing a blank on his name, the first baseman, Christian Walker, and getting 2 strikeouts from Bednar. But ultimately, the Yankees, with a big home run from Trent Grisham, do what they got to do. Big-time start from Carlos Rodón. They take 2 out of 3. They thoroughly outplay the Houston Astros. They take this first series in this 4-series gauntlet. And tonight starts the biggest one of them all against the Toronto Blue Jays at Yankee Stadium. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Moose in Jamaica. What's up, Moose?
What's going on, CMAC? How are you?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Chilling. Excited for this. But first things first.
I pop a freak.
I was a vacation. Yes, Big Daddy CMAC. I love it when you call me Big Papa. That's
that's another weird thing of mine.
Go
ahead. I'll tell you later. Go ahead.
Yeah, but how was Italy?
Italy was great. Italy was unbelievable. I've talked a little bit about it. Sicily was a beautiful, beautiful place. I have a couple more stories we'll intermix when I have 5 hours and stuff. But for the most part, it was beautiful. The food was nice. The weather. Today was the first time I've seen rain in like a month. I don't remember it.
Really?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't remember it raining too much before we left. Then in Italy, I barely saw a cloud, let alone rain. It was just perfect weather. Every day was like 88 to 90 and sunny. I wouldn't have minded it a little bit cooler, but that's pretty good. 88 to 90 and just sun every single day. And then for the last week since I've been back, it hasn't rained. Today was the first time I've seen rain in like a month.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll make this quick because you might have other callers, but
I might. I just might.
I can tell with the Grisham at bat that Ort did not want any smoke.
Mm-hmm.
He was not coming close to the plate, and once he hit that 3-run homer, I even said to my dad, because I had to watch TV at my parents' house because I'm trying to save money and not have cable. I was like, Grisham's trying to put them out of his misery, the Astros. And I'm going to the game tomorrow, and I'm going to the game next Wednesday. So I can have my gear on campus trying to finish my 4-year degree. The Wells football jersey along with the New York or Nowhere hat.
Nice.
Thanks for taking my call.
No, you got it, Moose. Trent Grisham. What else can you say about this dude? That's a huge home run. And to tell you the truth, what's going to get lost is the McMahon single right before it. As he's got a 2-strike count, he just kind of hits a breaking ball low and just gets a good swing on it, hits it hard enough to get off the glove of Pena and score a run. Without that hit, then the home run doesn't follow. And they needed every bit of those runs, although I guess technically they didn't, but it was scary enough where they might have. That was a big hit from McMahon, but then Trent Grisham, the dude is just incredible. And it's getting to a point, I'm not one to have these conversations over and over again about contracts and stuff. I'm focused on this year. But the conversation about what the Yankees are going to do with their outfield next year is very interesting. I think we can forget the idea of going to get Kyle Tucker. I think you could forget it. Because his track record, he's still going to get big-time money. He hasn't had that kind of season after a really great start to the season. It hasn't been that kind of a great season for Kyle Tucker. And the difference in money that it's going to cost you over Bellinger, who's been great for the Yankees and plays multiple positions, and now you could throw Trent Grisham into the mix. He's still only 28 years old. He plays a Gold Glove caliber center field, and off of one season, he's going to get paid, but I don't know at what level. And right now, the only thing that would make you question it is whether or not you've got Dominguez and Spencer Jones that you're hoping to make an impact with this Major League roster over the next couple years. And if you go and do that and go pay Bellinger and Trent Grisham, you're kind of stifling that plan, which I don't care. I really don't care. We'll find a spot for Spencer Jones. Dominguez has already been relegated to a bench player as of right now. I still think he can be good, but what Trent Grisham is doing right now is earning him a big-time contract, and I'm wondering if it should be with the Yankees. I never would have suspected Trent Grisham coming back. But you can't let guys who have seasons like this go. Now, I don't want to give him a long-term contract. We'll see what the market dictates for him. But, one, I think we can forget Tucker because Bellinger or and maybe both, but Bellinger or Grisham have to come back. One or the other. And if you don't, I think you got to bring back Bellinger. He's having an incredible year. He's having just as good a year as Trent than Kyle Tucker is, and he's going to cost you a hell of a lot less money. So, I don't want to focus on that because I'm more focused on the Yankees winning a championship than building next year's outfield, but that's going to be a conversation in the offseason. What do they do with Trent Grisham? And if he plays well in the postseason and hits in the postseason, he's going to be a tough guy not to bring back. He's been incredible for the Yankees this year. Mike in the Bronx. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good. Just before I say my Yankee boy, I just want to say I called you up last week saying I was optimistic about my Jets. Well, my optimism is totally gone now with the injury. But
yeah, the Vera Tucker injury is a devastating injury. I'm surprised people are trying to downplay
they're running
it.
Team.
Yeah,
right. They're running team, and he's the best run blocker in the sport. I don't know how you could downplay that injury.
Yeah, I don't know how you can either. Just because they did it a little bit in preseason and moving Titman to guard and putting in Myers at center kind of worked a little bit in the preseason doesn't make me feel any better because they lost Simpson in the for a little bit during the preseason. They moved Josh Myers to center and Titman to guard. Like the idea that they were able to stem the tide slightly for a little bit of camp and preseason games means absolutely nothing to me. You're supposed to. This team is going to be built on whether or not they can run the football, and you just lost a world-class run blocker. That's a devastating injury.
Yeah. So my point on the Yankees is like this. I'm always a big believer in that if you have a place that's a house of horrors, you need something big to go right in order to flip that. And I think that series at the beginning of the year last year when they swept them and 3 to 4 tough games totally took that out of the equation. You can see ever since they've been playing in that house of horrors for years and years, they have no fear of the Astros there. Even the game they lost, they were fighting to the end. The Yankees' fear factor of Minute Maid Park is totally over. And I just like to point out that I'm really, really nervous about 2 things that killed them last year. That's the back end, the bullpen is a real issue, and the Yankees' defense are really worrying me. If they don't fix that, they're not going anywhere in the postseason this year.
Well, I don't know. We're always so like if they give up home runs in the back end of the bullpen and blow games, they're not going to win. But the idea that you got to play well when you get there. Right now, Weaver is capable. Like the bullpen's capable. Bednar, Weaver, Cruz are the 3 I trust right now. I think Tim Hill you can trust against the lefty. Against the lefty lane. It's amazing. Alvarez absolutely owned them this series. I don't think they had one matchup, Hill against Alvarez. He killed him these last 2 games, and I don't think he faced him once, which is surprising. You'd like to at least see if you can get Hill against Cruz in a big spot. Hill against Alvarez in a big spot. But, yeah, listen, Weaver, Bednar, Cruz. Those three guys right now have to be lights out. They have to be really good. Otherwise, yeah. Unless you're going to get to the other team's bullpen, like that's part of it. Like we'll see what happens. The Yankees got to their bullpen. Yankees hit a 3-run home run off of their closer. Yankees got to Ott today. Like you get to the other team's bullpen, maybe you can go somewhere. And then the defense, here's the thing. Like, Rice has earned time in the lineup because of his bat. He's just a far better offensive player against right-handed pitching than Paul Goldschmidt is. And the Yankees right now are going to end up having to do some defensive replacement moving around. There's no doubt about it. At the end of these games, they're going to have to probably take Rice off of first or take Rice out of catching or I don't even know if Dominguez will play in the outfield, but assuming Judge can throw again. If not, take Stanton out of the outfield or Dominguez out of the outfield. Like, you could even see defensive replacement. I don't think they would ever do it, but for Volpe, depending on how he plays. And I talked about it yesterday. Volpe with another miserable at-bat and miserable game. I know he got a single in this game, but he had an opportunity to drive in runs and 3 straight strikes. Slider up in the zone, taken. Slider up in the zone, taken. Fastball up in the zone, swung and a miss. Like he's lost right now offensively. Defensively, he made a couple of throws down in the dirt on tough plays. But Rice right now at first, that was an embarrassing performance from Rice. So the defense, listen, there's no doubt the defense is an issue. But there's no fixing it. They are who they are. They're gonna have to just play clean defensively in these games. There's nothing they can do to change it. Kevin in Copog. What's up, Kevin?
What up, CMAC? I'm proud of you, man. Most Americans, the closest to get to Italy is Epcot.
Yeah, there was part of me who went, it was only been a 2-hour flight to go to Epcot. They have the same stuff. No, but yeah. Well, listen, again, this was more of the brainchild, or really, it was manifested by my father-in-law and his brother. I would not. It's not like we decided just one day to go to Italy for a family vacation. They rented the place. They invited us over. They did all this stuff to bring the family back to where they grew up. So I have to thank them. But it was an incredible vacation.
So I can see the Mets 30 for 30 right now. I'm dreaming 3 rookies. Tong, McClain, Sproat. How 3 rookies brought the World Series to the Mets. How beautiful.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be nice. It scares me a little bit. Listen, we've seen one start from Tong. Sproat is going to make his major league debut on September 5th, so 6th. He's going to make his major league debut on September 7th. Like, it's tough to trust 3 rookies who've barely pitched to make all these postseason starts for you. Crazier things have happened. If they're your best options, I'm not saying you should go with lesser options. I'm just saying that's nerve-wracking to me. That's a little nerve-wracking to me. And, we were just talking about it. Me and Fleegs mentioned it to me. With this move and placing Sproat in the rotation against the Reds on Sunday, it means that McClain is now going to pitch against Philadelphia again, which is, a positive and a negative. The positive is you're trying to still win the division, even though it feels like it's probably a bit out of reach. You're still trying to win the division, and to do that, you need to beat the Phils. But the other thing is, if you see Philadelphia in the postseason, now they're going to see McClain rather 3 times in a month. So, but that's the kind of thing. Like right now, it seems great, and I'm not trying to knock McClain. He's been incredible. But it's not easy to just trust these rookies. What does Tiki Barber say all the time? Rookies suck. Like, it's hard to just throw 3 rookies in a postseason series. That's tough. That's why I'm still looking to see if I can find something from Sanga. I guess we'll find out later today if he's going to accept his role to the minors. My thought of Sproat coming up probably makes me feel they think he is going to the minors. I don't know if that has anything to do with it or plays any role, but I would imagine it kind of does. But I'm still looking to find Minaya or Sanga for a rotation because it's tough to envision going into a postseason series and relying this much on rookie starters. Not only just rookie starters who are going to be making less than a half dozen starts in their major league career before they hit the postseason. Jim in Ronkonkoma. What's up, Jim?
What's up, man? Just switch it up a little bit from the Mets back to the Yankees.
Sure, whatever. We're just hopping back and forth.
Yeah, I'm with you. Obviously, hype. We took the series there, 1-2 out of 3. Not to be negative here, but I'm just wondering what it's really going to take here for Volpe to be taken out of the lineup. I mean, to me, it's, the guy has a small little series versus the White Sox, a couple games with 2 hits. They're told, I forgot who was on the who was calling the game that night, if it was Kay, if it was Rucco, but they're talking that his cold streak's over, X, Y, and Z, and then just brutal at bats. Basically this whole series here. I mean, I'm really done with watching it. I don't know how versus Toronto you could run him back out there.
I talked about this before. I mean, it's at the point where I'm not in disagreement with you. I probably would make the switch at this point, or at least, try some sort of platooning, or play Caballero, some games. It doesn't have to necessarily be Volpe's no longer the starting shortstop and now he's a bench player. It could just be, intertwine or put in Caballero more often, a couple times a week. Split it up a little bit. But here's my thought. My thought is, because
I'm just a little nervous. Not to cut you off, too. I'm just a little nervous here with Jazz getting, Jazz with the knee tonight.
Yeah.
That would almost staple Volpe in for another, who knows how much longer if
correct.
he is hurt.
However long he's not playing, yes, Caballero is your starting second baseman, and he's still at short. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. If Jazz isn't playing, I don't see how you can play anybody else but Volpe at shortstop.
That's impossible.
So, yeah, it's impossible. But I don't know how long that's going to be. It might just be a game or 2. I know you're talking about the specific Toronto series. So, yeah, I think there's a good chance he doesn't play tonight, but I would think Saturday or Sunday that he should be back in the lineup. It didn't seem like it was devastating injuries, just one that was hampering him in the moment. But here's my thought on, because we're going to all be very fond of Caballero in his brief. The backup quarterback is always everybody's favorite player. He's got the offensively for his career, his numbers are just as bad as Anthony Volpe's. And he had some bad at bats in this game too. I mean, he swung and missed through high fastballs. He's not this great offensive player. Let's just be honest.
I hear you.
And to me, he's also a good base stealer, the best in the league. And I kind of like having that guy who actually steals bases. Dominguez pinch runs tonight, but he doesn't steal any bases. He's faster, but I like the idea that Caballero's an explosive base stealer. You can pinch run him at a moment where you want that stolen base, and he'll go get it for you. I kind of like having that on the bench, and I still do think, as crazy as I am, if they could ever get Anthony Volpe hitting in any sort of way, I do think his offensive game is probably better than Caballero, and I'm always chasing best case scenario. So for me, best case scenario still is Anthony Volpe being the Yankee shortstop and performing. But it's getting to a point where I don't know how long you can judge, and as long as he's not making errors, I feel better about it. But the defense is what kills you if he's not going to be a good defender either.
No, I'm with you on that, and I don't think Caballero's, the long-term answer or anything like that. I don't think he's this stud player, obviously. But I feel like the Yankees' hand is almost forced right now because this is just getting so... And again, Caballero, like you said, tonight specifically, he did have some bad at-bats too, but in this series in general, Volpe, it just seemed like anytime it got to him, not that it was a rally kill, but it was almost like you were rolling your eyes like, oh, now this is happening.
Yeah, I mean, he did get a hit in the game. But he did get a single in this game. But, yeah, Volpe is an interesting... Right now, I don't know what they should do. I talked about this yesterday because I hated the defense of him. We didn't get a chance to talk about it. The article in The Athletic where Boone gave the quotes about what world would a player like Anthony Volpe be sent down? I mean, that's borderline disrespectful. I'm all for defending a player, but that's just asinine. The idea that Anthony Volpe has played so well, there would not be another team or anywhere on the planet where you would even suggest sending him down to the minors. That's just a ridiculous statement from Aaron Boone. It's a flat-out ridiculous statement. I get why he makes it, and it doesn't make me overly angry. I don't think he believes it. I think he's trying to put a positive spin on Anthony Volpe because he knows he's getting it from every other direction, and the last thing he needs is his manager giving it to him. But, I mean, it's just stupid. And right now, he's not performing well enough, and as long as he's not making errors, then I don't have a problem because I don't think Caballero is a much better offensive player. And I do like the idea of being able to deploy the best base stealer in baseball, which he's been the last 2 years, or at least the American League. I like being able to deploy him at any moment I want for a big steal late in the game. I do like that. But at some point, you can't just throw out an absolute zero. He's useless. He's useless. And if he's not making every play defensively, especially, then he's really useless. So I don't know. But they've overcome it because the offense has been great. The offense in this series was great. Even in the loss, I know they scored the last 3 runs in the 9th inning, but they scored 7 runs even in the loss. They have consistently put good at bats. They've relied on the homer a little bit, but they've hit home runs. And I thought home runs disappear when you see good pitching. I guess not. Like, this offense has been really good. And even with Anthony Volpe in it. So I don't know if I want to make any dramatic changes, but like, I'm giving him some leeway here. I'll give him the Toronto series. I'll give him another stretch because I don't think Caballero is like a much better player. But if he starts booting the ball, that's it. Like another key era, like that's it. You can't have him out there. And as far as next year goes, I'm done. Like I think that's fair. He doesn't have to be off the team. He doesn't have to be cut. He doesn't have to be traded. But the New York Yankees have to bring someone into camp who can be the shortstop. There's got to, at the minimum, there has to be a battle for the position. Anthony Volpe cannot show up to Tampa next year penciled in as the starting shortstop of the New York Yankees. He just can't. This is the New York Yankees. This is not the Pittsburgh Pirates. He can't be the shortstop performing this way for 3 straight seasons. He can't. And now that the defenses went to hell, he can't. But I'm not so concerned about next season just yet. I'm still focused on this one. And the idea that, honestly, Evan said it, and it's hard to argue for me still. The Yankees are the best team in the American League. I firmly believe that. The Yankees are the best team in the American League. The only question is, will they beat themselves? If they play their game, I don't think there's an American League team that can beat them. If the Yankees play clean defense and their bullpen gets outs, if they can trust at least 3 guys, if Cruz, Weaver, and Bednar are good, they don't have to be perfect, just good. If they're good in the bullpen and the Yankees don't boot the ball around, I don't think there's a team in the American League that beats them. I really don't. Now, having said that, what's my level of confidence that those things happen? I don't know. Not real high. But I do think they're the most talented team. I think the offense is the best offense in the American League by a mile. I think their starting rotation with Rodón and Fried at the top and what Cam Schlittler has been over the last month. I think their rotation's as good as any team in the American League. I firmly believe that. The way Seattle's pitching right now, they're better than the Seattle rotation. After Skubal, I have no idea what Detroit is throwing at you. The Red Sox have Crochet and Giolito and Bello, but that's not like I'll still take Max Fried and Carlos Rodón over them. So like I don't know where they're not better than everybody else. The only problem is they beat themselves more than anybody else. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. Got 2 more hours. We'll get more into the football. We'll start giving you picks. Closer to the 4 o'clock hour, Marco and Fleegs back at it again. You could talk about the Cowboys last night. Cowboys-Eagles as the Eagles dropped the Cowboys 24-20 in the first game of the season. We got some histrionics and some craziness going on with the game. Anything you want to talk about here for the final 2 hours. McMonagle here with you, 888-808-1019. Quick break, back after this.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
You want to talk about some money poorly spent? I mean, I focus on Cashman. Stearns has some answering to do as well.
100%.
No question.
The only difference is that this is only year 2
That's
for
why
him.
I'm not going nuts.
And a lot of these guys are not necessarily his guys.
I know, and last year was a success, so we want to be fair.
Yeah, but, no, 100% I'm with you.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits, they stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Police Officers Right to Sue.com. Trent Grisham, a dagger 3-run shot during a 4-run eighth, his 30th jack of the year as the Yankees escaped the Astros 8-4. Ryan McMahon went deep, one of 3 hits with 3 RBIs as he's finally turned a corner after a rough start to his Yankee career, while Carlos Rodón continues to shine. 6 innings, a 2-run ball, his 16th win, tied for the Major League lead.
I thought he was really good. I thought he was really good even deep into the outing. I thought he was almost getting sharper and just pitching, and a big 6 innings for us, and then, obviously the bullpen finishing it off.
An injury note, Jazz Chisholm left this one. Contusions on both knees. They don't expect it to be serious, though. Yankees now 3 back of the Blue Jays, with Toronto coming to the Bronx for the start of 3 later tonight. Mets skipping Kodai Senga amid his struggles, and Brandon Sproat getting the call up for Sunday's game against the Reds. Highly touted rookie makes his debut, looking to follow the lead of fellow rookies Nolan McLean and Jonah Tong. And the Eagles picking up a 24-20 victory over the Cowboys to start the season. Jalen Hurts couple touchdown runs, while Jalen Carter ejected before the first play from scrimmage for spitting on Dak Prescott.
It was a mistake that happened on my side, and it just won't happen again. So I feel bad for just my teammates and fans out there.
67 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 3:04. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. You're Jalen Carter there, just, saying it won't happen again. Issue on his side. It reminds me of a funny story that happened to me once. I know everyone, goes back to the Seinfeld episode of the second spitter and all that when you think of it. But when I wasn't even a kid. I was older. I'd been 19, 20. Me and my buddies went to Splish Splash, which is a water park ride out in Long Island, where I grew up. I grew up in Franklin Square, Long Island. We went out to a place, we went out to Splish Splash one day, me and like 4 or 5 of my buddies. And there is a tall slide there, like just one of those high slides. It's pretty much just straight down, but it's high. And there is like a winding staircase to get to the top of the slide. And some idiot, some kid was like leaning off of, the stairs or whatever and spitting on the people on the line below. Because they didn't you kind of just waited on the line at the bottom, and then a handful of people were allowed up the stairs at a time. And someone was in the staircase, like leaning over and spitting on the people online. And people were complaining and everything, and security went up. I'll never forget it. Security went up and then came back down and said, "We can't find anybody." I'm like, what do you mean you can't find? Where are they hiding? It's a staircase, bro. What do you mean you can't find anyone? Oh, we can't find anybody. What happened? They jump? They went down the slide? I thought we stopped. Like, I'll never forget that. Like, they stopped the whole thing. They called security over. Security goes up. They come back down. Couldn't find anybody. Like, what do you mean you couldn't find anybody? And then people continued to get spit on. It was unbelievable. It was a disgusting thing. People are disgusting. Disgusting. Getting spit on at Splish Splash. Getting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys getting spit on to start the season. Unbelievable. Can you imagine getting kicked? It didn't even play a snap. The best defensive player on the team.
You know what over-under I'd like to set?
What's that?
How soon into tomorrow night's or tonight's Mets game does Gary Cohen make a reference to Keith and Seinfeld?
Keith and Seinfeld. Oh, absolutely. No, I would. Yeah, they don't get through 3 innings.
If he's there, I think it happens in the first or second inning.
Yeah.
If it's just Gary and Ron, maybe it takes an extra inning or two.
Yeah. I would think they do it pretty quickly. Yeah. The spitter. And I remember. That's a great episode. That is a great episode. But yeah, what an idiot. What an idiot. What an idiot. But listen, it was actually a pretty good football game. I thought the Cowboys looked pretty good. I'm a little nervous about my pick. I got to be honest, the Cowboys look better than I thought they would. I know it's one game, a divisional opponent to start the year, but now the Cowboys have the extra time to get ready for the Giants in week number 2. They're going to be heading home feeling like they had an opportunity to beat the defending Super Bowl champs, and the Giants walk in who they've owned. That might be a tougher game than I thought. I thought they played well. In the second half, defensively. In the first half, they struggled defensively. Right? Jalen Hurts was able to do what he wanted to do, running the football around, ran for 2 touchdowns. They took it was 21-20 at the half, and they only gave up 3 points in the second half. They just couldn't score. It became a defensive struggle, especially after the lightning storm and everything. But they completely shut down Saquon Barkley in the second half, completely shut him down. And I do think that passing attack, we saw, George Pickens get a couple of catches, 3 for 30. They used the tight end, Ferguson, had 5 receptions. CeeDee Lamb, if it wasn't for the drops, they might win this game. If it wasn't for CeeDee Lamb's drops, they might win the game. So, as a Giant fan, especially now, it feels like that Andrew Thomas, again, was partial participant in practice. Like, I don't even know if he's going to play on Sunday. I don't know if he's going to play week 2. But I'm out there on a limb. I think the Giants are going to win both those games, but I have to tell you, I thought the Cowboys looked pretty good last night. And the Eagles are good. You know what the Eagles are. Even without Jalen Carter, they're one of the best teams in the NFL. They might be right back in the Super Bowl. But I thought the Cowboys looked better than I expected. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Chris, let's pack our bags and go to the Misty Mountains for a second and enter the world of James Robert Rule Tolkien. Mm-hmm. Have you ever read The Silmarillion?
I've read parts of it. I know it's not real. It's more of like a collection of stories. It's like a
it's the origin story
of
that universe.
Yeah. I have not read the whole thing. No.
I mean, I did not know you were a Lord of the Rings fan. I literally finished it last week. I've read it a couple times. I really enjoy Tolkien's writing. And
yeah, as a kid, I've read, because my dad would read me The Hobbit more than Lord of the Rings. Then we talked about Lord of the Rings as I got older and stuff. But like I've read The Hobbit like 10 or 12 times. Yep. I'm trying to think how many times I've read Lord of the Rings like once or twice, and then I've listened to the books once or twice as well. I'm a big audio book guy.
Chris, when I'm not on the radio talking, you guys are listening to you. I'm going through audiobooks and reading.
I'm a huge. I think audiobooks are fantastic. I love audiobooks.
Audiobooks saved a series called The Wheel of Time for me, which is an incredibly long series. Mm-hmm. And because of audiobooks, I've now listened to it 12 times.
I just started Steinbeck's East of Eden, and on the audiobook. We'll see how far I get. It's a long one. So.
Everything. Chris, when I read Shakespeare, I have it in my hands reading it, and I listen to it.
Yeah.
Some of the greatest performances ever. Anyway, with the Silmarillion, I mean, you find out Elrond is half-human. Mm-hmm. Galadriel is thousands of years old and older. Gandalf is an immortal angel, essentially. Mm-hmm. And you get the origin story. He bases it in an abstract way on the physics of the Big Bang, which it's so brilliant. It's uncanny. To read it as an adult when you have a more mature understanding of what's going on, you get the brilliance of Tolkien.
I got to pick it. I have a copy at the house. I have a copy of the Silmarillion at the house. I don't think I've ever read the whole thing, though. But I'll take a look at it.
No, it's well worth it. And I got one quick Yankee point, and I'm the biggest Stanton fan there is. His stance is very closed off right now, and I know he hit a mammoth one the other night. He's slumping right now. They gotta get him to open his stance up a little bit. I'm a little worried about that going against Toronto, but of course
I just think he's slumping. I mean, he was closed off when he was going through it too. I mean, I don't think it's any extra closed off. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It is more closed off than it's been prior. in prior seasons. I don't think it's any more closed off than it was when he was hot a week and a half ago. But that's all I'm saying. I don't think he needs to open anything up. I just think he needs to get his swing going. But we still haven't seen the flailing at the outside pitch as much. Like, we still haven't seen those miserable at bats where he's just way off, flailing at every outside slider. He's still been better than that, but yeah, he's cooled off. What is he? He's 1 for his last 22 or something. He went 0 for 10 in the series against the White Sox, or and then. But he's getting in, mixed playing time, and now who knows? His legs might be tired playing 3 straight games in the outfield. That's crazy to say for a professional athlete.
As much as I hate to say it, if he sat the first game against Toronto, I think he'd come back in the next 2 and hit a couple.
I think there's a good chance he does. I think there's a chance he does sit the first game against Toronto. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, getting him going is very important. Keeping him hot is very important to this offense, no doubt.
No doubt about it. I think there's a big run in front of us, and I'm still hoping for a Subway Series and we beat the Mets in 7, like Big Mike used to say.
Yeah, listen, that would be a lot of fun. But yeah, I like this Yankee team. I do. I know it's up and down, and they do dumb things. But again, watching them play these teams, if you're a New York baseball fan, if you're a Met fan, you just saw the Tigers. Are the Tigers the best team in the American League? Anyone can have a bad couple games, and they did win the final game of that series. But, I mean, they don't scare me at all. We just got done playing the Astros. Now, they're the nemesis, and they've beaten the Yankees every single time in every single big spot for a decade, so I can't just dismiss them. But you just watch this team. Are they a team the Yankees can't beat? Are they better than the Yankees? Now, I know the Red Sox have had their number. The Blue Jays over the last 50-plus games have been a 500 team. They've built this division lead based on one 20-game hot streak, where they went something like 17-3. That's what they've built this entire record on. And while they've played well against the Yankees, I don't think they're better than the Yankees. And the same thing with the Red Sox. They've outplayed the Yankees when they've lined up on the same field. But I watch a lot of the Red Sox. I watch a lot of the Blue Jays. I watch a lot of the Red Sox. The Red Sox kick the ball around. The Red Sox are just as sloppy as the New York Yankees, more sloppy. They are a bad defensive team. They just lost Roman Anthony. I think outside of their ace, I don't think the starting pitching is overly good. Chapman is the only arm in the bullpen that really makes me nervous, and he's been great this year, don't get me wrong. And this offense goes through stretches where they don't hit very well. So, I don't think the Red Sox are any better than the Yankees. I don't think there's another team in the American League that's better than the Yankees. It's just a matter if they play their game, which obviously they have not done consistently enough. And that's what makes you nervous. And that's why I don't put much stock into beating these good teams, or that somehow that's going to make. That's why I'm laughing at the idea that, they won this series against the Astros, therefore we don't have to worry about them in the postseason. Or if the Yankees beat the Blue Jays 2 out of 3, suddenly that's no longer a problem. And if they beat the Red Sox, well, clearly this means they can beat the Red Sox in the postseason. They can beat the Red Sox in the postseason right freaking now. They could beat the Red Sox in the postseason if they lose all 3 games in a week. It doesn't matter. It's so overblown, it doesn't matter. The Talking Yanks guys and John Boy, I think they do a good job. They just put out a video the other day, how many games do the Yankees need to win out of these 12 to take them seriously? And only 2 people, they went through the office, and only 2 people gave the right answer. I take them seriously right now. That's the only answer. The Yankees don't need to win 8 of 12 or 9 of 12 or 7 of 12 or at least go 500. They don't have to do any of that. They have to get in and then play well once they're in. That's it. Because if they do that, I still think they're the best team in the American League, no matter what happens the rest of these games. Danny in Seaford. What's up, Danny?
CMAC, thank you very much for taking the call,
you got it, buddy. What's up?
I got to tell you, you're reliving and rehashing my childhood memories when you're talking about Splish Splash. Wonderful, what a great place. And, you were talking about Cliff Diver. That's the ride.
Is that what it's called? Cliff Diver? Yeah.
Yeah. But there's always punks on that. But anyway, yeah. I remember as a young kid, we would go there every year. And every year I would think the Mets are out of it and they're done and they're over. But I got to tell you, here we are. It's September now, going into September 5th. Here we are. we're still relevant, and I feel good. I know there's a lot of question marks, and the pitching is a problem from time to time, but hey, we're here.
No, I mean, you're here. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, Splish Splash was a fun play. I don't know if we went every year, but we went every once in a while. And then that one time we went when I was older with the guys. That was fun. We were just messing around being stupid. The Yankees, the Mets, of course they're in it. I mean, right now, headphone sounds weird. They're about to play the Cincinnati Reds, who they currently are 5 games up in the wild card. The Giants, who are 9-1, have overtaken them. So they're 4 games up on the Giants. They are how many games back of the Phillies? They are 6 games back of the Phillies. So the division's going to be tough to catch. It's not over, but 6 games with 20 to play, a little bit more than 20 to play is tough, no doubt. But so is losing a 4-game. Like, they're going to the postseason. The Mets are a playoff team. Right now, it looks like they're 5 games behind the Cubs for that top wild card spot. It looks like they are going on the road in a wild card series. But yeah, they're right here, and they're as dangerous as anyone too. This offense right now. Look at what this offense has done for the last month. Like, not just Juan Soto, Vientos, McNeil, who I gotta be fair, I gotta give him a bunch of apologies. I have killed Jeff McNeil over the last 2 years. I've been fed up with Jeff. He's having a really good season. There's just no two ways around it. He's having an excellent season. Obviously, Lindor has been coming out of it over the last month. Nimmo has been a completely different player than that stretch where he just looked awful for a month. He's been having overall his season's actually pretty damn good. Vientos has reawoken, like just the offense in general. I think they're saying Alvarez, who is one tough son of a gun. My goodness, the guy is just banged up all over the place. Broken pinky, ligaments in his thumb, everything else going on. He's hit a grand slam the other day in minor leagues. He's going to be recalled and back with the team. But even the backup catchers have been hitting during this stretch. Everyone's hitting. This offense is as good as any offense in the National League. And it's just a matter of getting that pitching in line, and hopefully you feel good about McLean. We'll see what Sproat can do on Sunday. You're going to have another start from Tong here coming up. And, yeah, absolutely, the Mets are in it. The bullpen scares you. The rotation scares you. The offense is dominant. That's kind of the feeling around the Mets right now. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back, maybe talk a little bit of football, go around the league a little bit. Maybe MVP candidates. Just have a little football discussion as we get ready for picks at the 3:40 mark or something around there right before the 4 o'clock update. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Back when I played, overdrafting a bank account meant crazy fees. Cash App has your back with free overdraft coverage up to $200 when you set up direct deposit of at least $300 per month and use the Cash App card. No hidden fees, just peace of mind if something unexpected does happen. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll score $10.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire. This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Thunder! All right, 324. McMonigal here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. As football season is now underway, the first football Friday of the year following the first game of the season as the Eagles took down the Cowboys 24-20. That's some coaching staff. I thought they played well, but it is, the coaching staff of Schottenheimer and Eberflus for the Cowboys. He's never head coached at any level, and Eberflus proved to be one of the worst head coaches we've ever seen. So, this Cowboys coaching staff, plus everything that goes on with that franchise, losing Micah Parsons, I actually was encouraged if I were a Cowboys fan with how they played, but makes me a little nervous for my prediction of Giants going 2-0. But that was, you get the Jalen Carter spitting and Dak Prescott. Interesting start to the NFL season. And I guess we could just go through. I don't really know if people care too much about predictions and everything. I know a lot of shows like to give you some, but I guess, I think I'll just give you the Super Bowl as we get ready for picks. I'll give you some of my thoughts on the teams this year. I think this is going to be, I think this is the year. I don't know why I feel this way. And I think week 1 might tell us a lot. I think this is the year Lamar Jackson gets to the Super Bowl. I think they're the best team in the AFC. I think they're the most complete team, the Ravens. I understand what Josh Allen is for Buffalo and how, they obviously beat them in the playoffs last year and what Buffalo does and how consistent they've been. But I still think Harbaugh is the better coach. I think they're the more well-rounded roster. I think the issue with them is, they were talking a little bit about it in the pregame or during the lightning delay on the broadcast, is like even more than Buffalo. Buffalo has lost big games, and specifically to the Chiefs, the hump they can't get over. Baltimore has kind of beat themselves in these big games. It's not just that they were beaten by a team they can't get over the hump with. Like they don't play well. They're this dominant force all regular season, and then in the big games they just don't. Whether they change their style and start throwing the ball all over the place like they did a couple years ago, or just have too many mental mistakes and cost themselves games. But I don't know why. Maybe he should have won the MVP last year. His numbers deserved it. And I just think they're the most consistently well-run team. I think this is the year. You're trying to beat the Kansas City Chiefs every year, so I can't pick the Chiefs to get to the Super Bowl. I mean, I suppose I could. But I just think Baltimore's going to be tested in a tough division with the Steelers and Bengals, although we'll see about the Bengals and their defense and all the stuff that's gone on there, their offensive line. But obviously Joe Burrow is the most popular bet at plus 600, the most popular bet MVP choice on betting sites right now. Joe Burrow is the most popular MVP candidate. But so it's a tough division, top to bottom. I think even Cleveland has a chance to be good, and you might even hear, or better, and you might hear me talk about that in my picks this week for Week 1. I just think this is the year I think this is the year the Ravens get to the Super Bowl, and then in the NFC, I'm going to go to a team that last year had the disastrous game, and I think they're building something. And even though they lost both coordinators, I think the Lions are getting to the Super Bowl this year. I like, obviously, what Campbell is building there. The offensive coordinator is pretty much the understudy of Ben Johnson anyway. The offense isn't going to change. I think they're still dynamic. I think they're building. I think the defense is still very talented. I know they've lost both coordinators here, but if you're going to lose both coordinators, I do think the idea that you lose it to a coach as strong and dominant as Campbell is for this team, I don't think it hurts them, and especially because the offense is pretty much going to stay the same as Ben Johnson's right-hand man took over the job. So I feel really good about the Lions. I think, again, another battle-tested division with the Packers, Vikings, and Bears in it. I think that could be a team you're looking at, a division where maybe all four teams are battling for a playoff spot up until the end, maybe even make it. I'm going to go with the Lions getting to the Super Bowl this year, and I think I have a feeling it's going to be the Ravens over the Lions in the Super Bowl this year. Quick Super Bowl prediction, please. I know I'm putting you on the spot and how much we love that, but just a quick Super Bowl.
That's all right. So I have the same AFC team as you. I think it's the Ravens. Because you want to pick a team that's not the Chiefs, even though we'll be sitting here at the end of January, early February.
We're all thinking the Chiefs will win the game.
Why didn't I pick the Chiefs? Especially because I think there's a real chance that Patrick Mahomes kind of has a year to remind everybody how good he is.
Yep.
But the Ravens, you said it, on paper they're the best team.
Yeah.
If not this year,
when?
You wonder when or if ever. So I'm going to give the edge to the Ravens over the Bills, and I do have an NFC North team in the Super Bowl. I had them there before a big trade last week. Now it's annoying because it's so public, but I'll stick with them. Ravens over Packers in the Super Bowl.
I like it. Yeah, I mean, listen, and that's another popular one. Jordan Love for MVP is another popular bet. They're obviously talented. That defense is good. They're young. The offensive line is dominant. That's a trendy pick. I think that's a good pick. I just think, I like the build of the Lions, and I just would love to see the Lions back in the Super Bowl. But yeah, I think that's a really tough division. I think there's the old cliche, I know Keith likes to throw it around, the iron sharpens iron. That division should be tough, should be fun. 888-808-1019. So we both have the Ravens in the Super Bowl. Hopefully that comes to fruition, because even I'm not there as far as Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, but I think we'd all be okay if the Chiefs weren't in the Super Bowl. I think we'd all be okay. We'd manage. We'd still feel like it was an NFL season if it didn't end with the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Hopefully we get a chance to see it. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Rob in Manhattan. What's up, Rob?
Hey, hi.
Hi.
Very good show. I like it a lot. And I like your Super Bowl picks.
Thank you.
One thing I wanted to comment on, which I haven't heard yet. I mean, last year the Giants elected to kick off 2 or 3 times during the game to the other team. And the other team scored a touchdown and a field goal and a touchdown. And to put a crummy offense in that kind of shape, I mean, I knew the game was over right then on the kickoff when the other team came back and scored a touchdown on the first thing. Well, I don't know why coaching staffs always do that when you have a terrible offense, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's many reasons why that has become the popular trend is to defer and get the ball in the second half. One, it prevents the idea of the scoring going into halftime and then giving the ball up. You don't want back-to-back, the double dip, as you know, Francesa would always talk about the double dip, and
as the Patriots and Brady and Belichick made famous.
As the Patriots made famous, yep. You want to avoid that. You don't want them going in the last drive of the first half and then getting the ball back to start the second half. That's kind of the main reason. I think there's just other, if you get that stop, you feel confident, depending on how your defense is. Like there's reasons. Sometimes you want to grab the bull by the horns and take it and go down and score instead of tone. But I think it's overblown. I think there's a handful of times throughout a season where that will really impact the game or that decision becomes an important one. It happens every once in a while. There's where that set the tone for the game. But for the most part, I don't think it really matters. And I think most of the time you're just trying to avoid that double dip in the second half. Phil and Howell, what's up, Phil?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good. I like to talk about I have something to say about the Mets and stuff.
Sure.
All right. I was really annoyed. They take 2 games from the Tigers, okay? Mm-hmm. 1 game from a sweep, all right? They're down 3-2 in the 7th. I mean, you got 20 games left, all right? Mm-hmm. And you're putting in this pitcher, you know who I'm talking about,
yes,
who can't get anybody out, okay? I don't get it. I mean, to me, they just, they gave up the game to see if they can get a pitcher straightened out. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair. And I hear the same thing. It's funny because obviously each team has one, right? Ryan Helsley for the Mets and Devin Williams for the Yankees. And I hear that refrain a lot from Mets and Yankee fans that, it's more important, especially from Yankee fans, and also with the Volpe situation, Devin Williams' feelings is more important than winning. Like that, they're not doing it because they care about this guy's feelings. Despite the fact that you hate them, despite the fact that they've been unsuccessful while pitching for both respective teams, Ryan Helsley throws 102 miles an hour. They traded for him for a reason. They have belief in him. Organizations aren't so quick to just give up on guys. They're not throwing Devin Williams because they want Devin Williams to be happy with them. They're not throwing Devin Williams out there because they want Devin Williams' feelings not to be hurt. They're throwing Devin Williams out there for the same reason you want them to not throw Devin Williams out there, because they think it's what's best for the team, believe it or not. Part of it is if we get him right down the stretch, this game it's not Game 7 of the World Series. Getting him going can be important for us down the stretch. Of course, that goes into it too, but it's ultimately about winning. It's not about feelings. It's not about trying to, make a guy feel good. Other than if you feel like you can get him to feel good, maybe he'll pitch well for you. That game, let's be honest, right? The Mets are in a place right now where they're 5 games up in the wild card and they're 6 games back in the division. We know what they're going to be, barring something outrageous one way or the other. You know what they're going to be. And right now, to treat these games like they're Game 7 of the World Series, trying to find Ryan Helsley is kind of important, because who else are you going to throw in these late innings? Right? Reed Garrett's hurt. You got Stanek, who hasn't pitched well. You've got Diaz, and that's about all you really trust. Rogers has been okay. Raley's been okay. He's been pretty good. But, if you could get Helsley, who throws 102 miles an hour and has been a closer in this league for the last 3 or 4 years, if you can get him right, that is more important than 1 game against the Tigers. It is. Now, do I think they should have thrown him in that spot? Maybe not. Do I think they should continue to throw Devin Williams in his spots that they continue to put him out there in? No. But don't make a misconception that you think they're doing it for some other reason. They're doing it for one reason. They believe it's in the best interest of the team. That's why they do it. You can disagree with it. We can all disagree with it. But that's why they're doing it. That's why they're doing it. Because they believe, and I can tell you as a Yankee fan with Devin Williams, they believe the changeup plays. And they believe it's just a matter of time before Devin Williams figures it out and he's going to be a force for them. They believe that because they don't buy into, because they're with him every day. They talk to him every day, and they don't buy the idea that somehow eyes get glazed over when it comes to big-time situations for the New York Yankees. They don't buy into that the same way we do. And that might be to their failing. In fact, I think it is to their failing. But it's a lot of organizations, and it's not because they want to make this guy feel good or they care more about his feelings than winning or losing. They believe it's in the best interest of the team. That's why they make these decisions. Doesn't mean they're right, but don't say, oh, it's because they're choosing this over that. They're not choosing anything over winning. Maybe that moment, maybe that one particular game or that inning or something, sure. It's 162. You got to play for that. And I think they're throwing Ryan Helsley out there because they, as Mendoza says, we got to get him right. Do you want to win the World Series or not? If you want to win the World Series, you're going to need guys in the back end of that bullpen more than Diaz. And you traded for Helsley, and he throws 102 miles an hour. Don't you think it's in the best interest of the ball club to figure him out? When you're 6 games back of first and you're 5 games up in the wild card, and it probably doesn't matter. Any one game does not matter, win or losing right now. I know that's hard to fathom, and people get mad when you say that. And every game's important to win. You got to build a winning culture. And it's the end of the year. They're pretty much locked into where they're going to be locked into. There's no difference between the third wild card and the second wild card. They're 5 games back of the first wild card, 6 games back of the division, and 5 games up of a playoff spot. They're locked in. The only thing that's important now is getting the best possible version of the Mets to the postseason. And I'm sorry, despite not liking it, despite having different options at the time, despite the idea that most of us probably think it's time to just give up on them, they're not going to. Because him finding it gives them the best chance to win a World Series. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Good morning, CMAC.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Why do they keep on putting him out there, Devin Williams?
I just explained it to you.
Oh.
I literally just explained it to you because they believe him pitching at his best, which has been an elite reliever for his entire career, is what's best for the Yankees in the postseason. To win a World Series, you need more arms than just the 2 guys we trust. You can't keep throwing them out there. You can't just keep and Weaver just gave up home runs.
I agree with you 100%, but he's been having many issues. Big dots.
Of course.
And he's given it up. He's just thrown it away.
I get it.
And the Helmsley, the same thing. But I agree with you on one thing. They have to get both of these guys right.
Right.
But can't they get them right in a little bit less pressure situations? Oh, no.
I mean, I guess they can try and start there, but ultimately you got to have faith that you could you can't just get them right and then throw them in nothing situations and then expect to put them in big time situations in the postseason. Like, you're going to need arms to get through a series, to get through multiple series, to get to a World Series. You might be able to get through the wild card series, but that's not the goal. The goal is to win a championship. And bullpens get tired and overused, and you see the same relievers over and over again. You're not going to make it through a postseason without throwing Devin Williams in a spot where if he blows it hurts. Like, you're not going to be able to do that. Same thing with Helsley. I doubt very much the Mets get to a World Series and win it without putting Helsley in a position where if he blows it, the game's over. Like, how? I mean, that's the way it goes. Liam in Blue Point. What's up, Liam?
Hey, C-Mac, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Doing good. Tough watch for my Cowboys last night. It kind of hurt a little.
Yeah, well, no, it's they're playing the Super Bowl champs. I thought defensively they played well in the second half, and I thought they covered. I thought they represented themselves pretty well. And look, if CeeDee Lamb doesn't drop those balls, you got a chance to win the game.
Those are tough drops by him. He's got to catch those. But hey, they didn't get blown out like you thought, though, right?
Nope, you were right, Liam. I thought they were going to get blown out. In the weekly, this pool I do, I picked the Eagles, so I was wrong. Let's see if I can be right for the rest of the weekend. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back and do the pick segment here in week 1 of the NFL. We're here already. Before you know it, it'll be Thanksgiving. We'll be calling the turkey. Week 6 in the NFL. Goes by so fast. 888-808-1019. We'll come back, do the picks, take your calls the rest of the way. I got you till 5 o'clock right here on the Fan.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
I love Andrew Thomas. He's a wonderful player. It's nothing personal. I don't trust him to stay healthy.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Back when I played, overdrafting a bank account meant crazy fees. Cash App has your back with free overdraft coverage up to $200 when you set up direct deposit of at least $300 per month and use the Cash App card. No hidden fees, just peace of mind if something unexpected does happen. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll score $10.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Football Sunday, so good to me.
I forgot that we did that. Has it been that long? It has been. All right, let's go. McMonagle picks. We got Fleegs. Obviously, I don't even remember who won last year. Marco had a dominant first year. Last year, I don't remember.
Fleegs, was it you?
I think Fleegs won last year, right?
I honestly do not remember.
I don't remember either.
I
think it was between me and him. You had a bad year.
I lost.
Yeah, Marco had
dominant first year, bad last year. It doesn't matter. But the way we do it is we pick both local games, and then we pick 3 others, and then for 5 picks, and then we will have our Take a Chance parlay after the update. So let's get it started here in week number 1. We'll go with Fleegs first. It's easier that way. Then the music runs out. He can recover. So go ahead, Mike. You're up.
Thank you for that inside baseball look, because you're 100% right.
Yeah, no, you want to get through the picks, and then you're on top of the music running out.
It's rough when we lead off with Marco, because then I got to crossfade while talking. This much easier this way. So
I've been there.
I'll do the 3 non-local games first. Game number 1. This is a team that I almost feel like they should be favored in the game. I like the Texans +3 against the Rams. There's all the questions about Matthew Stafford, and I love Stafford and the Rams. And had we known he's 100% healthy, this is a team that I might pick to go to the Super Bowl, but there's question marks there. I like this Texans team to kind of bounce back after what was a rough sophomore season for C.J. Stroud and that whole coaching staff, but Bobby Slowick's gone, and you also have, they played well in the postseason. They beat the Chargers, and they gave the Chiefs a really tough game in Kansas City in the divisional round. I think they have a big year, and I think it starts with a week 1 win. That defense can be one of the best defenses in the NFL, so I think they'll do a good job against that Rams team. I like the Texans as dogs. Game number 2, I just said I think this is a team that's going to the Super Bowl. I don't love betting against the Lions, but I'm going to do it here because this is a game to me where I would pick whoever the home team is as long as I didn't have to lay more than a field goal. And this game is at Lambeau Field, and the Packers are only laying 2.5. So I don't think it's going to be, a sign that the Lions are having a bad season or anything. I think they're right in the mix. They're a playoff team, but I do like the Packers in week 1. I think they're going to get off to a nice start. I just like, for all the accolades that the Detroit coaching staff gets, I think the Packers deserve some of that with the way they've kind of built up after moving on from Aaron Rodgers. And remember, last year, they got off to the shaky start because Jordan Love got hurt in that week 1 game in Brazil against the Eagles. Right. He's healthy. I think they play a good game. I think they win at home. And game number 3, because it's the game of the week, how do you not pick Ravens-Bills? And we said it earlier, this is the team I have representing the AFC in the Super Bowl and ultimately winning it. And on paper, they're a better team. So give me the Ravens to, win this game. It could be a shootout, but this Ravens offense, they honestly have that kind of talent where every time they touch the ball and don't score, you wonder, well, what went wrong? Yeah. And I think this game matters to them, even though it's in Buffalo, after what happened last year in the playoff game, and a game you can argue the Ravens really should have won. I think a week 1 regular season matchup matters more to them than it does the Buffalo Bills. So those are my 3 non-local games. And then local, we all think the Giants have a chance to win this game. So how do I not take them plus the 5.5? I liked it earlier when this line was more towards the Commanders. It's moving towards the Giants, but I like the Giants to cover the spread here. Not necessarily win the game. I think we're discounting the Commanders a little too much in terms of what they can do in the season, but I do think the Giants cover and keep it close. And then, listen, I have a chance to take Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, TJ Watt, all of it against the Jets and a quarterback who can't throw the football that the Steelers said no thank you to. And the building's going to be half Steelers fans anyway. I was leaning Steelers and before the AVT injury. Now, the one strength of the Jets just got blown up. Give me the Steelers minus the 2.5.
All right. He's got the Steelers minus 2.5 against the Jets, which I know is very tough for him to pick as a big Jet fan who is still just buried in that Jet tradition.
Yeah, I definitely won't be rooting aggressively for the Steelers on Sunday.
I don't know. All right, Marco.
All right, I'll take the 3 non-locals first. This one's basically the idea of this game sucks, but the line I like, Cardinals 6.5 against the Saints. Look, the Saints are awful. They're awful. I have no idea what Spencer Rattler's going to be other than terrible. I don't know what Kellen Moore is going to be as a coach. This is probably the team that's going to be battling for the first pick in the draft. The Cardinals are not great, but they're good. They're solid. And I can see Kyler Murray having a big day. This is a game that just kind of falls off the table when you look at it because there's nothing juicy about it. You know the Cardinals are going to win the game. It's just a question of how much. I think they win in a blowout, so give me the Cardinals laying the 6.5. The second game is, again, almost like a pick against it. I know the Dolphins are beat up. I know they're not great. I know they have issues with the locker room and Tyreek Hill and Tua Tagovailoa and is Mike McDaniel on the hot seat and does he get bounced and all that. I get it. What the hell are the Colts doing? Like, I don't think they know what they want to do.
Right.
When you don't know, when you sign Daniel Jones and bring him in for competition with Anthony Richardson and basically make it where you want Daniel Jones to be the starter and you don't want Anthony Richardson to be your quarterback, it almost feels like this entire franchise is in turmoil where they don't know what they want to do and they don't know what the next move is. I think Shane Steichen wants to save his job and he's looking at Daniel Jones to do that. That to me is already a little bit of a scare. The Dolphins are better than we give them credit for. Are they good? No. Will they make the playoffs? No, I don't think so. But I could see Tua having a big day and I could see Daniel Jones doing what Daniel Jones does, which is not put up points. So give me the Dolphins. We're actually getting points, plus 1.5 on the road against Indianapolis. The third game is the game tonight. It's in Brazil. It's a good game and 2 good teams with the Chiefs and the Chargers. And the line is not good because it's right at 3. So this almost screams push. It really does. But do you know what Andy Reid's record with the Chiefs is in September?
It's probably good.
It's 25-5.
Yeah.
And they're 15-1 in their last 16 games in September. I have a hard time. And then the fact that you're going to Brazil where they've been through everything. It's not Jim Harbaugh won't get the Chargers ready. And I find it hard to bet against Andy Reid and the Chiefs in this spot. And I also like the fact that the Chiefs got, their ass handed them in the Super Bowl.
Right.
No one believes in them. Everybody thinks that this is the down year. There's no chance they find. I can see them having a big season where they're the underdog now, and I can see it starting in Brazil. I'm afraid of the push. I'm not going to lie. I wish there was, the hook somewhere.
Sure.
But laying the 3 with the Chiefs and the Chargers, give me Kansas City. For the 2 locals, look, we'll start with the Jets. I've been on record. I've been saying this. I know the AVT injury makes it worse. I think the Jets are in for a really bad season. Like a really head-scratching, what are you trying to do? This entire regime has given me Joe Judge vibes right from the start. They're worried about culture. They're worried about running the football, playing good defense. While that's all nice and well, it feels like they want to play 1987. We don't turn the ball over. We'll ram it down your throat. We'll win 14-10. What happens when you're down 10-0? It almost feels like the Jets are going into every game going, we don't have to throw the football and we could still win. No, you can't. No. This is 2025. You're not going to win games like that. And I feel like the Jets are dying to just, we'll run it 40 times and then Justin Fields will run it 10 more. And, hey, if he makes one throw, you can't win in the NFL like that. It doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like they're going to struggle left and right. And then they're going to tell me about doing the culture thing right. Stop it. Give me the Steelers laying the 2.5. Pittsburgh's got something, obviously, a point to prove in this one. But I think it's also just the fact that the Jets are they're going to be bad. They're going to be bad all season. Sorry, Jet fans. This is going to be a rough one for you. For the other local, I've been loving this, but I feel worse about it simply because everybody's been all over it. But I'm going to go with it anyway. Give me the Giants plus the 5.5 against Washington. I do feel like the Giants are going to be sneaky good is maybe a little bit too high, but they're going to be a pain in the ass. How about that? Every game that they play, they're going to be in because their defense is going to keep them in it. And it's a question of can they, Russell Wilson and their offense, which is limited, can they be opportunistic enough where the defense sets them up and instead of turning it right back and 3 and out, taking those opportunities where you're 50 yards and in and turning them into points and really be able to win games that are low scoring, yes, but they're opportunistic and you actually play good complementary football. I feel like the Giants can do that this year because I think Wilson's going to be competent, basically, and Daniel Jones was not. And I do think it starts here. Washington's going to be in for a little bit of a down year, not because they're bad, but because, last year, let's be fair, as good as they were, they also got a lot of breaks, and it doesn't really work like that 2 years in a row. And Jaden Daniels is the real thing, don't get me wrong, but I do think the Giants put up a really good fight. I could see them even winning the game, but I do like them covering. That's a big number. Give me the Giants plus the 5.5.
All right. Just enough time for me. I'm going to go with the three locals, the three non-locals to start as well. A couple games shared, so I'll start with there. I'm with you on Miami plus 1.5 in Indianapolis. One, fast track indoors. That's exactly where Miami lives. The other thing is the one thing Miami that you're concerned about. The offensive line's bad, but you're really concerned about that defensive backfield. And I just don't think the Colts are the kind of team that makes you scared about your defensive backfield. I don't. So I think there's enough there where offensively on a fast track, at least early on with Tua healthy and everybody healthy, I think that offense can get after it. And to you, I think your point is I don't know what the Colts are. I don't know who they want to be. I don't trust the Daniel Jones-led team. There's probably some infighting about the idea of who the quarterback is inside that room. I don't like any of it, and I just think Miami's the better team, plus I'm getting 1.5. So I'll take Miami plus 1.5. I'm also going to take Baltimore, as we talked about it. I think they're the better team. I think the Bills win because of the quarterback. I think there's more substance to the roster, and they're just a better overall team than the Bills. Plus, I also saw that over his last 20 games on turf, Lamar Jackson is 17-3 against the spread. The game actually opened up with Buffalo as the favorite, 1.5 point. It's completely swung to 1.5 with Baltimore, and I think there's a reason why everyone's betting Baltimore. I like it. I hate to be that guy enjoying in on it, but I think Baltimore is the better team. I think they're hungry. I think they're pissed off. I think they're looking to make a statement against this Bills team that they lost to last year. So give me Baltimore minus 1.5. And then the other one, I'm going to take Cleveland plus 5.5 as a home dog, divisional dog. Two things Joe Burrow struggles with: opening games and Cleveland. He has not played well against the Browns. They do not get off to good starts. Their offensive line is atrocious, and the defensive front of Cleveland is by far their strength. That is the biggest mismatch of the entire game. Now, I know how good Joe Burrow can be. I know how good that passing attack can be, but something just tells me to start the year, a bad matchup, an offensive line that's banged up, all the games they've been playing with their defensive edge rusher, and all the stuff going on with Cincinnati. I think they get off to these bad starts. Eventually, the offense will be a juggernaut. I don't see it week one. Plus, Stefanski made the playoffs with Flacco 2 years ago. I think if you just have a competent quarterback who can make plays, not turn the ball over, and work inside Stefanski's offense, I think you actually have a fairly competent team. Plus, you got one of the best defensive players in the world off a big-time contract against one of the worst offensive lines. So give me Cleveland plus 5.5 at home against Cincy. And then the locals, look, I think Pittsburgh is going to be one of the surprise teams in the AFC. I think they have a chance to be really good. I believe in Aaron Rodgers. I've believed in Aaron Rodgers this whole time. I think he's coming in with a chip on his shoulder, 2 years removed from his injury, and I just expect him to play really well. And I agree with you. I've been saying it the whole time. I don't know what kind of offense we're going to get from this Jet team. I don't know where they throw the football. I think you've got T.J. Watt. I think the Vera Tucker injury is a devastating one to this offensive line. And I just think Pittsburgh is a better football team, a better coach team, at least as of right now with Tomlin against someone who hasn't coached in the NFL before as a head coach. And I just think if you're going to get into this type of game where it's smash mouth, defense, run the football, and it comes down to who's better coached, I just think I love Tomlin in this spot. I think this is a year that they've kind of decided to go all in and try and prove something here in the AFC. And I think they're going to be motivated to go out there and play well. And Tomlin is just too much for me. So give me Pittsburgh minus 2.5. And then the Giants, I've been all over this for a while. Give me the Giants plus 5.5. I think they win the game outright. I think coming off of last year, Daniels, who, again, we all believe is, a great young quarterback. I think a year removed, he did get off to a slow start last year. That could just be the idea that he was a rookie quarterback, but it took a while for Washington to find themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if they get off to a slow start. All the stuff with Terry McLaurin in the offseason could take some time for the offense to gel. Plus, the Giants are a divisional opponent who play them well, know them well, could have won the game 2 different times last year if Neighbors holds onto the ball, especially in that first time that they played each other where they limited them to no touchdowns. I think this defense gets after him, makes him uncomfortable, and I just have a weird feeling the Giants are going to play well. I think offensively they can run the football. The only thing that scares me is Andrew Thomas. It sounds like he's probably not going to play. The offensive line without him has been a disaster. I do think they're deeper and more poised to play without him this year than they've been in prior years, but still, it makes me nervous. Outside of that, if he plays, I love it. If he doesn't, I still think the offensive line is good enough to get some offense Giants, and this defense should limit it. So give me the Giants plus 5.5, Pittsburgh minus 2.5. Cleveland is home. Divisional dogs getting 5.5 against Cincy. Miami plus 1.5, and Baltimore minus 1.5 on the road in Buffalo. We'll come back. We'll have the update real quick, and we'll come back with our Take a Chance parlay McMonigle pick segments right here. Week 1 in the NFL. We'll be right back.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Oh, Matt, great bounce back response from the Yankees after a difficult loss as Trent Grisham continues to come up clutch.
Grisham pick up this run. Here's a drive deep to right, and he did more than pick up a run. That bad boy is gone. A 3-run homer, Trent Grisham, and the Yankees have an 8-3 lead. Another home run for the Grish. He's got 30 of them.
30 homers on the year for Trent Grisham. Your final dagger is the Yankees able to withstand the Astros 8-4. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Ryan McMahon, his best game as a Yankee. 3 hits, including a homer. He knocked in 3. Carlos Rodón fired 6 innings, a 2-run ball, tying Freddie Peralta for the league lead with 16 victories. Yankees enter this weekend series with the Blue Jays 3 games back in the AL East. There was also an injury note as well as Jazz Chisholm left this one. Contusions on both knees.
I had to check him, see if there were any ligament damages or anything like that, just to make sure they were good and no tears, no crazy stuff going on. But they're good.
As Jazz says he thinks he'll play later tonight. Mets once again dipping into their minors for a starter. Brandon Sproat set to make his major league debut Sunday against the Reds. 24-year-old joins Nolan McLean and Jonah Tong as Kodai Senga gets skipped. Possibility of him going to the minors apparently still on the table. And the NFL season is here. Eagles able to withstand the Cowboys 24-20 despite a lightning delay in the second half. Jalen Hurts, couple touchdowns. Saquon Barkley, 18 carries, 60 yards, and a score. 67 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
When that song kicks in, I don't know how you can't get up.
Yeah, it kicks.
I don't know how you can't get up.
It really kicks.
When the drum kicks in on Take a Chance by ABBA. I just don't know how you can't. I don't know how you don't feel it deep in your bones somewhere. All right, so the Take a Chance parlay, those of you who don't know what that is, it's just a 3-game parlay where we take 3 dogs, parlay them together. That's typically what we've done. We can open it up to different things, but it's supposed to be a tough parlay. So I typically take 3 dogs, parlay them all together. So we'll start with Marco. Marco, what do you got for your Take a Chance parlay?
All right, look, you guys picked the best game of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed away from it because I left it in here. I can't not pick this, even though it's a 1.5. I realize what it is, but for this Take a Chance, you give me the Bills at home plus a 1.5.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anything to take a chance on,
there you go.
That I'm taking a chance on. Game 2, I'm going to take the Raiders plus 2.5 against the Patriots on the road. Look, New England, I could see them having a sneaky decent year. I get it. This is more of a Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, settle in franchise. Like the idea of them knowing what they want to do. The Raiders have been for so long just confused. And there's something about having a steady hand and a Pete Carroll. Is he the greatest coach on the planet? No, but he knows what the hell he wants to do and where he's going to go about it, and they're going to be ready to play. Geno Smith, again, great quarterback? No, but they're going to be ready to play. Doesn't mean Mike Vrabel's not going to have his guys ready, but I could see Drake May getting a little confused. Maybe they have something for him. Raiders on the road, I like this. Give me them with plus the 2.5. And the other one, we've said it, we danced on it. You even kind of mentioned it. I would like to take a game, too, that's a little bit more of a spread here. Give me the Giants plus the 5.5 for the outright win on the road. Look, I can understand where you're confused as to why this team is going to be better. I do feel like defensively, run game, I do agree with you with the Andrew Thomas. You'd feel better if he's playing. But I do think last year, people forget how many games they were in early in the year because their defense kept them there and their offense just could not carry their weight. They could not find the end zone. They could not score points and make the game. I mean, games were handed to them. The Bengals, the Washington last year.
Yeah.
There were games that the Giants had handed to them and they couldn't take because they couldn't score. Do I think their offense is great? No, but I think they're competent. And all they need to be is competent to be able to get over the hump. I like the Giants getting off to a good start. Give me them to finish off the take a parlay.
Nice. Fleegs?
I'll start with the one game I have in common with Marco. It's the Raiders plus the 2.5. I think they have a good shot to win this game.
We all have that one in common.
Well, circle the Patriots.
No, I hear you.
Good. You know why, though? The whole new coach, new quarterback. Yeah, they're both new to the Raiders, but they've been together before. So as much as I believe in Vrabel and he's going to turn the Patriots around, it's going to be annoying watching them have another good string of success. Not what they did with Brady and Belichick,
well, let's hope not.
They'll be good. You also, Gonzalez is out for them.
I was going to say, yep,
even though
Gonzalez
this is travel, I don't know if travel is as impactful to me week one when you've been in training camp and you haven't really been on the move and dealing with the daily grind so much as you kind of get in the regular season. So I like the Raiders here. Game number 2, I had in my picks. I like the Texans plus 3 against the Rams. I think they win that game outright. And the other one I have to take, you guys included in the picks. I came close to it. The Dolphins plus 1.5 against the Colts in the battle of whichever coach loses this is probably the first guy to get fired. I prefer McDaniel anyway. Tua, I think people forget that when Tua plays, and he's healthy on the field right now for Sunday, when Tua plays, the Dolphins win, and they especially beat bad teams.
Yeah.
And the Colts are not very good, and you hit on the biggest point. The Dolphins' biggest weakness is their secondary.
Yeah.
You can have downs and those guys running downfield all game, be wide open. We know. We're in New York. We've seen it a million times.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones ain't getting the ball down there.
Yeah.
So I like the Dolphins in this spot, too.
No, I'm with you.
No big spreads, but the Texans give me the 3-point requirement.
Yeah, so we're all on the Raiders, a family pick there on the Take a Chance parlay. I agree with you. I think I'm reading things that they're a trendy pick to be a playoff team. I like Vrabel, and I think the Patriots probably are on their way to building to something, but I don't think it's just yet. And their shutdown corner, Christian Gonzalez, is out. He's by far their best defensive player. And, yeah, all the stuff we said, I think to step right in with Seattle Light with the coach and the quarterback, I just think that this is they got the young running back who everybody thinks is going to take the league by storm. I just think they're in a position right there to play well against New England. So I'll take the Raiders. Obviously, I'm on the Giants. I gave you everything with that. The Giants plus 5.5. I think they're going to win the game. I've been on that all week. And then I'm going to take the Lions at plus 2.5 against Green Bay. Look, we don't even know if Parsons is healthy. He's taking shots. We're assuming he's going to play. I don't even know what he's at. Like, the idea that he has swung the pendulum of this division already without seeing him play, and he's got some sort of sprain in between his, in the middle of his back, doesn't make me feel all that good about it. And plus, I just believe in this Lions team. They've been the team in this division. I believe in the coach. I think the talent is immense there. I still think they're a great football team. I think they're poised to go win this game in Green Bay. Everyone's trendy pick. I think Campbell is the kind of coach who plays into that, talks about how everyone expects Green Bay now to win this division, and they go in there and lay a hurting on Green Bay. So I'll take the Giants, Lions, and Raiders. That's it. Week 1 in the books. I like it.
Is this where you guys insert the wedge salad conversation, the weekly wedge salad?
Yeah, the weekly wedge salad. We got to, well, listen, I don't think we did it last year. Winner gets a free dinner. We got to do something. Winner gets a free dinner. This time we got to keep up with it. I don't even remember who won.
I was going to say, we actually got to figure out who won first.
Yeah, because what happens is then it's the end of the year, and I don't know what, come February, the morning show takes off, so Fliegelman goes bye-bye. You got and we just forget. Then we'll see each other in 3 weeks, and we forget all about it.
Yeah, Marco, come mid-December, you and I are rarely here.
Yeah, that's actually fair.
That's the point. It's like
we
I don't
only
see
get
you
small
guys for a month.
clusters where we're actually the trio.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes. I gotta remember it. But yes, if you guys would be okay with it, it doesn't have to be a fancy steak dinner. But winner, the three of us go out. Winner gets free meal.
I'm cool with that.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good.
You're keeping track of these things, right?
This I will keep track of. Okay. I've written down everybody's picks.
Good, because I don't remember anything that you guys said.
Yeah,
so
no, I'm writing it down.
Wrote it down?
I'm writing it down.
I'm keeping track, although last year I stopped my note on, I stopped working this shift with you guys in the beginning of December, the week before, Juan Soto and all that.
Yeah.
And that's what the last date on this note, December 4th.
Exactly. We just lost track.
So I think we did it up to week
around.
13, and then I stopped.
Then I'm like texting you because you're not going to be with me. So I'm like, oh, you got to send me text every morning.
Matter of fact, I'm actually not here next Thursday.
See,
so
there you go.
I got to text.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Already not here.
See?
Well, thank you.
Surely.
I appreciate you. Thanks for helping out.
You don't.
I don't. How dare you?
You don't, but it's all right.
Of course I appreciate you. Again, I haven't seen you in 3 months, but I appreciate you. Well, I'm in for AC. I got this. The kids got the school and blah, blah, blah. I don't see you.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Yeah.
It's my fault.
Certainly not mine.
All right. Okay.
Whose fault is it?
Uh-huh.
You guys have hit on 2 of the 3 normal topics. You want to fight about Brian Cashman next? Can sweep the board, go home happy.
No, I don't want to. Yeah. I'm in a good mood about the Yankees right now. How about you? You're in a good mood about the Yankees at least? No?
Good is strong. Okay.
You feel all right about them? Who's better than them in the American League?
I hate this argument with a passion simply because, one, that's not the requirement.
Yeah.
And two, if you put them in a postseason that's the bar. The bar, everybody else sucks, so we're a little bit better. That's the bar. That's where you want to be.
I didn't say that, but I'm just saying. Well,
but if you want to
feel
do
good
this,
though, if you're the best team, no matter how you got there, what it's supposed to be.
If you're asking me, do I feel good if the Yankees play the Red Sox in a playoff series? No. Do I feel good if the Yankees play the Astros in a playoff series? No.
Even though they won these 2 games in the gauntlet? I thought this whole thing was supposed to, when you play good teams, like now this proves that you can beat good teams. They just beat them 2 out of 3. We're supposed to feel good about them in the playoffs now.
Mm-hmm. Really?
So
all these years, none of that. Last 10 years. That's all gone away now.
Well, that's what. But I'm just saying. Everyone told me how important these 12 games are. It must mean that this is how they play because they haven't beaten the Red Sox so far. So clearly they can't beat the Red Sox. But if they do it next week, then clearly they can beat the Red Sox in the playoffs.
Okay. Well, you hold on to that.
Okay.
I'm
being facetious because it's not true.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's all garbage.
But you just watch the team.
Mm-hmm.
They're better than the Yankees. This Astros team. What about the Astros team scares you? Because that's the point. It's not about the Astros. It's about the Yankees.
Yeah, I think push comes to shove. The Yankees don't hit in the playoffs, and their bullpen implodes.
That's it.
So
there you go.
And that's
hopefully they won't.
Great.
No.
But you're asking me if I feel good? No, because I think the same questions that have been there all year long are still there.
Well, obviously.
Okay.
But the same questions about the other teams that aren't as good as they are there as well. But that no one cares about the other teams. I get it. I understand.
When you say not as good,
yeah.
Again, if you match up the Red Sox and the Yankees, if you lean Red Sox, so how will you tell me that they're not as good if you think that they would win?
I don't think they would win. I think the Yankees
would beat the
win.
Red Sox in a playoff series.
Yes, I do.
I don't. I don't see how you could possibly.
Why? Because of previous history. That's it.
Including the fact that the Yankees don't hit Crochet or Bayo.
Well, I mean, okay, but the last time around they didn't hit Max Fried or Carlos Rodón.
Okay. We're going to go round and round.
Right,
it's
exactly.
Still nonsense.
Yeah.
But you wanted.
I mean, they can win. They can lose.
You wanted it, and Fleeks baited you into
win.
it.
They can lose. That's it.
Great.
That's it. Build me a team that you know will win in the postseason, please. How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it?
That's it.
How do you do it? How do you build the team you know can't lose? I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a team that you just know they're going to hit in the postseason. The bullpen's not going to blow it. Tell me exactly how you do it. I love because I mean the Dodgers are going to win the World Series then this year, right? They just got swept by Pittsburgh, but that doesn't matter because we don't care about them.
I don't care about you.
See, and I don't respect you. And I don't appreciate you.
I got to step in here and be the ref. Let's not get personal.
Yeah, that's a bit much. That was over the line, man. It's over the line.
Let's keep it to this athlete stinks, this team stinks, not each other.
Now, he doesn't respect me. It was my fault. It's me. I went over the line.
I didn't say I didn't respect you. You
kind of started it. You said I don't care about you.
Yeah. You said you don't care. Wasn't very nice. That's all. Wasn't very nice. And I care so much about you. I'm constantly asking questions about what's going on in your life. I mean, you don't have any answers, but I still try. I went for a walk today. That's all I get. What's going on? I went for a walk.
No.
You didn't go for a walk?
I do go for my walks, but I don't think that's how our conversations go. But
Well, I mean, that's all I hear. I went for a walk, and then I hear blah, 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 blah.
Right. See, there you go. Because you don't care. See?
All right, enough of this.
All right, go.
Thank you. See you later. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you. We'll do one quick call. off of that segment, and we'll get back to more of your calls coming up. Obviously, the baseball, the football. I normally reset, but we did the picks. I'll just get right to the calls. Maury in Belmore, tonight is your night, bro.
Tonight is your night, bro. Okay, put Marco in one corner, you in the other. No, the guy. Every time you try to have a social conversation with him, he ends it very quickly. He doesn't eat salads. He doesn't take his kids for haircuts. He's a weird dude, but we do agree on one thing. I don't like the ABBA song either, Marco. I'm with you, brother.
ABBA's the best.
I'm sorry. That's the one thing I have to agree with him on. But who would think Rodón would have 16 wins?
Yeah.
Can you tell me? Did anyone think this guy would show up or not just throw up? Very happy to see what's going on. Chaz is hurt again. Let's see how that goes. But we have some momentum here. We need to sweep the next series and be in first place by the time we get home. That's my goal, my friend. That's my goal.
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. I'll take 2 out of 3. I don't need the sweep because the schedule gets lighter for the Yankees, and we know how they pound those bad teams. I can't lose any more ground. I need 2 out of 3 against the Blue Jays. I would sign for that right now. Just give me 2 out of 3. Cut it to 2. I know it's still the same as 3 because they have the tiebreaker, so you got to beat them. You got to beat them completely. But I would sign for 2 out of. You sweep them. The Yankees sweep the Blue Jays. They're winning the division.
Yes,
right. I'll be on the. I mean, I guess you could throw the Red Sox in the mix. I shouldn't say that. Let me say, if they sweep the Blue Jays, they are finishing ahead of the Toronto Blue Jays this year. I don't think there's any doubt.
And I think our third baseman woke up last night. He looked fantastic.
He's been good for the last 7 or 8 games. He's got an OPS over 1,000 for the last week.
Just starting to all come together. The thing that continues to concern me is the hand. You know, what are we going to do with Volpe? When is the coach going to make a decision? When to sit him again, because that's important. I don't want that to be a load of hold us down. And then Castellamare de Golfa. That's the town in Sicily I went to, Castellamare.
Okay.
What a beautiful place. I forgot to tell you the other day. That's a wonderful, wonderful area, and I had a few of those sandwiches. I forgot to tell you that.
No problem. Thank you, Maury. I appreciate it. I don't think we went there. I don't remember we might have. We went through so many different towns. I don't remember that one, though, as like a main point of emphasis that we went to Castellamare. Isn't that the name of isn't that Mike Tyson's trainer? Castellamare. But yes, Italy was beautiful. And we had sandwiches. Oh, the sandwiches. No. We did have some mortadella sandwiches, though. But yeah, look, I think this series I'm looking for 2 out of 3. I'm not getting greedy. Sweep would be incredible if they sweep the Blue Jays and tie the series up, or tie them in the loss column. They're not going to lose to the Blue Jays the rest of the way. They'll be the better team the rest of the way. I know they don't play the Blue Jays the rest of the way. I meant they're not going to lose to them as far as the standings. If they are tied with the Blue Jays at any point the rest of the way, they are going to win. I firmly believe that. If the Blue Jays give up the lead and the Yankees tie them in the standings at any point, the Yankees will win. And to Marco's point, yeah, I'm not overly confident. I said the one series I'd like to avoid is the Red Sox in Fenway for the wild card series. 3 straight in Fenway, have to win 2 out of 3. That's the one series that I would be overly pessimistic heading into. But my point is, it's about the Yankees. I don't think the Red Sox have anything the Yankees can't handle. I don't think the Blue Jays have anything the Yankees can't handle. I just watched the Astros. They don't have anything the Yankees can't handle. I don't think the Tigers have anything the Yankees can't handle. It's not like those teams are just going to impose their will. The Yankees are going to play. If the Yankees play their game, they'll win. Like, not every team can say that. And I'd rather be the team that can say that. Yeah, I know they're not the 98 Yankees. They don't have 100 wins. They're not perfect. If they play their game, they will beat anyone in the American League. That's if they play their game. And that is the biggest concern. Will they play their game? Will they play well? Because if they do, I don't think there's another team who can play better than them. It'll be about them beating themselves. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
First of all, fantasy football is dumb. And I question anybody who plays it, their fandom, especially if you have 5 or 6 teams. Because at the end of the day, you'll sell out
I hope you understand that. Hey, everybody out there, excuse me, just hold on one second, Brett. Everybody out there with fantasy football teams, just so you know, Brett in Long Island is now questioning your fandom. Just so you're aware, make sure that you get it together and figure your crap out, because Brett in Long Island questions whether or not you actually care about your real football team and not just your fantasy teams. Just so everyone knows. All right, we can get back to this.
Chris, prove me wrong. You would sell out your team right now, whatever your number is. Let's say your number's 50,000. I did this with a supposed diehard Bills fan.
Mm-hmm.
If it came down to it, you would sell out and win the $50,000, and I'll take a loss this year on my team.
That has nothing to do with any kind of fan. That has nothing to do with it. Like, for $50,000, that's for many people. No, you see, now that's where you differ. For $50,000 is borderline life-changing money for people. Like, that could set you up for something, help you buy a business, take care of every ounce of debt you have.
You get my point, yes or no?
It's a down payment on a house. Yeah, no, I don't get your point, because when you throw a ridiculous amount of money, sure.
Chris,
would you win the lottery for $1 million if it meant the Giants losing? I bet you would.
Chris, you're a diehard Yankees fan. If you were in a fantasy league and it came down to the season's over because you could win whatever the amount is, I'm saying $1,000.
No.
You would go with the money.
I would not. It depends on what the money is, because I do have a family that's more important than the Yankees. You're bringing up this ridiculous hypothetical. But for fantasy, for the $500 to $1,000 I might win in a fantasy league, I would not. I completely disagree with you. No, because I'll tell you this. Brett, hold on. I'll prove you wrong in a second, because I admitted it on the morning show, and I did it in the 2 games that the Yankees won in this series. I bet against the New York Yankees. And I could not be more happy. Minimal amounts of money. And I could not be more happy that I lost.
Wait, a straight up, you mean against them?
I bet Houston money line the first game of the series.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I certainly did.
No way.
Bet. Why would I lie to you? I talked about it on these. It's the reverse hedge.
How can you bet against your own team?
It's the reverse hedge, because I was taught by Evan. One, I think I'm a jinx, and betting on them would make the other team. Putting my money on a team makes them less likely to win, and it worked out both times in this series. I bet them in the first game and the rubber match, and because it's the whole thing. If they lose, I get some money. If they win, they win. I lost some money, and I could not have been happier. I was rooting I'm rooting for the Yankees last night, and it cost me money.
That's different.
How is it different? It's the exact same thing.
You wouldn't straight up go against the Yankees.
I bet against them. Straight up, I bet against them.
But you could win money either way. If they lost or won, there was still some reward.
No, I lost money.
It was a reverse hedge.
I lost money. No, I would win emotionally because the Yankees won. I lost money. There was no winning money either way. I lost money.
Football. Why? Is it because you're in 5 leagues? Why? Tell me why right now.
I'm in 4 leagues. I got rid of 1.
All right, why are you doing it then if it's not about the players and it's more about the players than your own team?
Because I enjoy playing fantasy football. I like having the decisions on who I like are going to be players. I have another team. I talk trash with my friends. I don't know, because I like playing fantasy football. That's why. Do you think I would honestly pick my fantasy football team winning over the New York Giants?
I think if it came down to money, anybody on this radio station,
you know what I think, Brett? I don't know.
You're going to take the money.
No, I think from your ivory tower out in Long Island, you look down on people and assume that people are lesser than you, and so they would do things that are beneath you. I think you have a high opinion of yourself, and so you see these people who are in fantasy leagues who actually enjoy the camaraderie of others and can actually be can stand to be in a group of people without everyone despising you. And you think that anyone who would do it has some sort of either nefarious reason or will eventually have their character tested and they will fail because they are not you, Brett. You wouldn't dare have your character fail. Your character, your moral compass is ironclad. And it would not be compromised by something as trivial and silly as fantasy football. But the rest of us peons, we're capable of such things. We're capable of our moral fiber being compromised by money. We're disgusting, slovenly people, not like you, Brett. You rise above, and that's why we love you. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back and continue to take your calls. even ones as pleasant as bread. All the way to 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
The Scarlet Knights take on Miami of Ohio. 3:30 tomorrow.
He's in! Touchdown, Rutgers!
The home of Rutgers football is WFAN.
And the Scarlet Knights continue to dominate.
Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Speaking about Paramount Plus, we just did the pick segment, and that NFL Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game, all your games, even though it doesn't say that, all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 1 matchup between Pittsburgh and New York, starting at $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So that's been the topics. We did a little around the league, obviously, with the picks. We introduced the NFL season last night, or at least they introduced the NFL season last night with the Eagles taking on the Cowboys, winning 24-20. The game started off with Jalen Carter spitting in the face of Dak Prescott and getting ejected before a single snap was played in the game. They had the kickoff, an injury during the kickoff, and then Jalen Carter spit in Dak Prescott's face and got thrown out of the game. So just 2 weeks ago, you thought you'd have a matchup with the Cowboys and the Eagles and Jalen Carter and Micah Parsons, and neither of them were there. And the Eagles defended for the Week 1 of being defending champion and took care of the Dallas Cowboys. So I do think played better than I thought they would. I expected the game to kind of be a blowout. I think the momentum of the Carter thing probably impacted the beginning of the game, where the Cowboys went right down the field on that first drive. They had a 7-0 lead. They had a 14-7 lead. But ultimately, too much. The second half was a defensive struggle. CeeDee Lamb had killer drops, especially in the last drive. And despite not doing much in the second half, rushing for 2 touchdowns in the first half, Hurts did enough, made a big play, got a big first down to ice the game. Late in the game, a Philadelphia Eagles field goal in the second half was the only scoring of the entire second half. Long lightning delay. And ultimately, for me, locally, we know how good the Eagles are going to be, but the Cowboys, who now get to wait, have the extra 3 days before taking on the Giants back at home in Dallas and Jerry's World, have a week and a half to prepare for the New York Giants, coming off a game that they played very well against the defending Super Bowl champs. Makes me a little nervous about my 2-0 prediction for the Giants, but I ain't changing. And then, of course, we had a big series victory for the New York Yankees as they started the gauntlet, as everybody likes to call it, of 12 straight games against American League playoff teams. And they started off against the Houston Astros and take 2 out of 3. Carlos Rodón with a very impressive performance. And he's I shouldn't even say starting, because he's been doing it all year. But he's at the point that really makes you forget about the guy who blows up in big games and allows little things in innings to spiral out of control, because he dealt with a lot of adversity yesterday against this Houston Astros team. He had terrible calls against them. And I know we complain about umpiring, and I typically don't go too, far down that rabbit hole, but the last 2 games in particular, this was the worst officiated series I've ever seen. Like, the same umpire. And the same umpire, the home plate umpire from the night before, makes just an atrocious call at third. And I know there's pictures of him on Instagram or Facebook or wherever, in Red Sox stuff. He's a Red Sox fan. He's a Dodger fan or whatever. I don't know. But he was awful behind the plate, particularly in the 8th inning with Devin Williams on the mound on Wednesday night. And yesterday's the third base umpire took an out away from the New York Yankees in the middle of a rally. Just took an out away. As Rodón had to overcome that, he had to overcome a soft little ground ball down the line from Alvarez for a double, and then Altuve lines 1 to third, and McMahon makes the catch off the ground, but it's ruled a non-catch. And that it wasn't lost just in the transfer. And first and second in the 6th, he's approaching 100 pitches. And Carlos Rodón, who normally would let something like that spiral out of control and allow that inning to become a 5-6 run inning. How many times have we seen it over the first 2 years in Carlos Rodón's Yankee tenure? Instead, he even gets a double play ball that gets thrown away and allows the only run of the inning to score. He overcomes that. He overcomes bad defense by Rice at first. He overcomes a terrible call, overcomes it all right in the middle of the Astros lineup while he's over 100 pitches to secure that 6th inning. That was a very good performance from Carlos Rodón. It makes you feel a hell of a lot more confident about him in big games. He leads the major leagues in wins. He was an all-star. He's having a great year. Then you mix in Fernando Cruz and what he was able to do in the big moment of striking out Altuve, who went 0-11 in this series. I'm telling you, Yankee fans, we're at the point now. I was thinking about this during the game. We have to stop booing Altuve. We have to stop. At Yankee Stadium with all the hate, he kills the Yankees, and he can't get a hit in Houston. We've got to make it feel like Houston in New York if he ever comes back to the Bronx. Because he feeds off the negativity, because he owns them at Yankee Stadium, and he couldn't buy a hit in this series against the Yankees. So we need to stop booing him. He goes 0-11 in the series. In the 7th, big strikeout from Fernando Cruz, who's so important to this team right now, where we have Weaver struggling. You can't throw Williams, obviously. You have a bunch of problems at the back end of the bullpen. Even the closer, Bednar, who is pretty much reliable, came into a 5-run 9th and made it as close as you could possibly make it with the tying run coming up to the plate in the form of Carlos Correa and then Christian Walker, and gets 2 strikeouts to get out of it. But the Yankees and this offense explode. Trent Grisham with another big clutch home run, and they take 2 of 3 to start this 12-game process against these good playoff teams and head into tonight. Build some momentum, hopefully, off of that series win against the nemesis Houston Astros out in Houston, and take it right back home for a 3-game set with Cam Schlittler on the mound tonight against the Toronto Blue Jays. 3 games back with 3 here to play. The biggest series of the year on tap for the New York Yankees. 888-808-1019. We got the Mets, a little bit of news as well, as Sproat will be called up and make his major league debut Sunday against the Cincinnati Reds. They have a 5-game lead over the Reds for the final wild card spot. At one point, it felt like this series was going to be pretty damn big. It doesn't feel that way right now, but still want to continue the offensive onslaught that they've been going through over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and then clearly want to continue to get pitching performances that you can hang your hat on and see if this rookie, along with Tong, along with McLean, can come up, join the party, and save this rotation from what has been a disastrous second half of the season. So we got that. We got the football. We got the picks. We got the Giants and Jets coming up on Sunday. I'll obviously be with you Saturday morning from 9 to 12:25. We'll do some football then. I'll talk to Mike Carver, who I have on weekly. But you guys can call as we get closer and closer to week 1 of the NFL season. Jets and Steelers live at MetLife. The return of Aaron Rodgers. The first career start for the New York Jets from Justin Fields. The first ever game coached by Aaron Glenn for the Jets. And hopefully he can play like, what you're looking for is Justin Fields to play a lot like Hurts did last night. Run around. I mean, that's what Hurts in the first half of the game when they were, scoring their points. He was scrambling on broke down plays, making big plays, 2 touchdown runs. That's what you're hoping Fields can do. And you're going to be looking to run the football against Pittsburgh and that tough defense and TJ Watt and Mike Tomlin, and limit what Aaron Rodgers can do with that offense, him and DK Metcalf, and see what they have going on. So should be a interesting Sunday. One hell of a soap opera at MetLife between Rodgers and the Jets, and then the Giants take on a familiar foe, Washington Commanders, who even in their darkest times have played well against Washington, and hoping that trend continues despite Jaden Daniels kind of changing that dynamic last year. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Charles in Rumson. What's up, Charles?
Hey, Mick, what's going on?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good. Listening to your show this evening, you hit it right on the head with the Yankees as far as, we all know Judge is kind of like having his kind of slump, which isn't normal to most players.
Yeah.
And the whole team's slumping. The whole team actually not slumping, hitting. I mean, there's a couple But still, it's like you're right. You're right about like Rodón and Fried right now. They're pitching great.
Yep.
But right now, I want to talk about the Yankee MVP, not the league MVP.
Okay.
And that's Trent Grisham.
Yeah. I mean,
without it, like his hits, his home runs.
Yeah.
What, 3 or 4 grand slams the past like 4 months?
Yeah, I think he's got 3 grand slams.
And they come at a time where it's like it comes at a time where it's 4-3. Now it's 8-3.
Yeah.
And
last night's home run. I mean, the game is 5-3. It's a 2-run game. You still have to get 6 more outs.
No, 4-3. It was 4-3.
Was it 4? No, I think they scored. I think McMahon drove in a run on the ground ball off of Pena. I think it was 5-3 because then it was.
That's right.
It's a 3-run home run to make it 8-3.
Yeah, 3-run home run. Yeah. That's right.
So I mean that's a huge home run to blow open a game after that bullpen performance the night before and give them a 5-run cushion. I mean, the guy has just been incredible for them.
Yeah, and that bullpen scares me a little bit, but it was funny when I was watching that home run. The confidence in him, because I didn't even realize watching the television, is he thinking that's foul? It was fair.
Yeah,
his emotion was nothing until he crossed home plate, and then he smiled.
Yeah,
he just ran with his head down. He's seen your sleep.
No, I mean the guy is as calm and collected, and just to watch him play center field. Watch him run around the outfield. Like, it's just so nonchalant. He has very much got that. And look, when you're hitting home runs and everything, we love it. But there are also times Robinson Cano played the game the same way. Carlos Beltran played the game the same way. And those guys got flack for their, cavalier manner of playing, even though cavalier is probably not the right word. They just had a smoothness to their game where it looked effortless. And, man, I mean, he looks effortless. That's why he's, senior sleep. He's like, you're not even sure if he's awake. You're not even sure if he has a pulse. And, yeah, I think maybe for a second, sometimes you hit that inside fastball. He just needed a half a second to make sure it was fair. But, no, that's his kind of, when he hits one, he's got that classic, like, unfinished swing kind of look. And, like, he stands and watches it a little bit. But, I mean, that home run, I mean, just think about the grand slam. 2 home runs that broke open the game. And I believe he has 4 plate appearances. I think I saw that after the grand slam the other night. He's got 4 bases loaded plate appearances. That's it. Or maybe it was 4 hits and it was a single and 3 grand slams. I thought it was just plate appearances. But whatever the case may be, I think I saw that it was 4 plate appearances with the bases loaded and 3 grand slams. Like, he's been leading off, so at least 1 at-bat a game he can't hit with the bases loaded. So, I don't think it's that many at-bats. He's been incredible. And right now, when you get Judge back, because right now you're dealing with Stanton in the outfield. If Judge, hopefully, eventually comes back and can throw, and, for all why would Boone say that? Oh, the miscommunication between the manager. Yeah. He came right out and said, I don't know why Boone would say that. And then he didn't play for another month still. But once he gets out in the outfield playing right field and you have Grisham in center, Bellinger in left, Judge in right, as long as Judge can throw, not only is that one of the best, if not the best offensive outfields in the sport, with Trent Grisham hitting 30 home runs, but it's also one of the best defensive outfields in the sport. That is a tremendous outfield with what Trent Grisham has done. And to me, it's Ben Rice and Trent Grisham are the 2 huge surprises that have changed everything about this team. Now, Grisham Rice had a miserable game at first base. It wasn't even scoops or balls hit at him. He just had 2 balls thrown at him that he couldn't catch. It was embarrassing. But we haven't seen too much of that. He's not a good first baseman, but we haven't seen too much of just blatantly unable to catch a baseball. That happened twice last night. But for the most part, he's been okay there. He's been okay behind the plate. He's not a great defensive player, but he's killing it offensively. He's changed who this team is, and Trent Grisham becoming one of the best outfielders in the game. Now, he's got no track record to say that, but this year, that's kind of what he's been. When you consider his defense and 30 home runs and his clutch, this is a guy who's making $5 million. He's going to get a $100 million contract. He has been the biggest surprise of the year. He's been enormously clutch for them. And right now, he's part of the best outfield in the sport when Judge comes back. And you'll be able to DH Stanton every day, and this team will hopefully solidify and get, the same lineup every day and get ready for a postseason run. And again, nobody's better. And I know that's not what we're striving for, as Marco was trying to make the point. I'm not saying that should be the Yankee motto. Hey, as long as we're better than everybody in the regular season, or as long as the team, yeah, you want to go out there and win, and they have to go win, and they haven't proven that they can play well enough to go win over the last 15 years. But I still would rather be the team that heads into the postseason saying, we're the best team. And I don't know how you can make the case that they're not. They are. It's just a matter as if they'll play like it. And they played like it in these 3 games outside of one inning where the bullpen blew up. Outside of that, they dominated this series. They could have easily swept the Astros. The Astros' bottom of the lineup stinks. The Astros' bullpen isn't very good. Altuve did nothing. Correa, outside of a couple of doubles, didn't really have much of an impact. This Yankees team is better than this Astros team. And I'm hoping at the end of these 3 games against Toronto, we'll be able to say the same thing then. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Come back. Rapid fire styles. We take you to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
The bulk of their team are young, aggressive, trying to make it athletes. And they add a guy like Micah Parsons. And now all of a sudden that tells the rest of the locker room that we're going for it.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Your debit card doesn't have to be boring. With the Cash App card, you can actually customize it to your specific style. On top of that, you're getting discounts on brands you already use and even early access to major concert tickets. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and get $10 back. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 4:51. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. So last night, I just saw a stat. Last night, if you bet the over in last night's game, you had one of the worst beats that you could possibly have. Listen to this stat. So last night the game went off. The over-under was 47.5. They scored 41 points in the first half. The over-under was 47.5. In the last 20 years, games that had at least 40 points scored in the first half and had an over-under below 50 in the last 20 years, the over cashed 172 out of 173 times. So in the last 20 years, there has been at least 40 points scored in the first half of a game that had a total under 50. And in those 173 games, 172 times the over cashed. Last night made it 172-2.
And what's insane on top of that is the first 7 or 8 drives of that game, they're all ending in points. Field goal or touchdown. Then you have the fumble go right into the weather delay. And the fumble happens, of course, when the Cowboys are in the red zone. Fumble, weather delay, no points the rest of the game.
Unbelievable. And you got key drops from CeeDee Lamb, but that is a tough beat. 172-2 in the last 174 times. If they score 40 points in the first half and the over-under is under 50, that is almost a lock. And last night was a tough beat. That was a tough beat.
Some people, because of the delay, probably went to bed thinking, I'll wake up and I'll know the over.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, hit the over. 100%. How do you not figure you're going to hit the over with 41 points in the first half? They needed one touchdown in the 7 points. That's it, 7 points in the second half. Wins you the over. Let's go to Jim in beautiful Naples, Florida. What's up, Jim?
Chris, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
A lifelong Yankee fan, retired down here to Naples, Florida about 2 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't.
Beautiful area.
Fantastic. Best move I ever made in my life.
Yeah.
Can't believe the Yankee fans. Aaron Boone's 8-2. I mean, like I said, I'm a lifelong Yankee fan, but man, the last few years I'm disgusted with Yankee fans. 8-2. You don't hear a peep about how Boone's managing the club. If they were 2-8. You'd be ringing the phone off the hook.
Over the last 10 games you're talking about? Over the last 10, they're 8-2?
Last 10 games, they're 8-2.
Yeah. No, I know. I wasn't sure what you would mean. Because they were 8-2 in the playoffs last year in the American League. But yeah, no, I agree. No one ever, again, it's very simple, Jim, and I'm with you. Aaron Boone loses. Aaron Boone loses, and the players win. Players win, Boone loses. That's it. Boone never gets credit for any victory, doesn't get credit for anything he does. It doesn't matter what happens. He played someone that nobody thought he should play, and that guy hit a home run. Who cares? That's what players are supposed to produce. And when they don't, it's because he didn't put the players in. I got a guy yelling at me today on Twitter saying, how the hell could you bring Weaver into the game last night? He's like, the typical Boone, bringing Weaver into the game last night. He threw over 30 pitches in the game last night, gave up a run, and now he's going back to Weaver? How could you continue to defend this guy, Chris? And I'm like, well, one, he didn't throw over 30 pitches. He threw 22 pitches last night. And he was well-rested heading into the game, and he's one of 2 relievers you trusted before this game started. Are you out of your mind? We blame him for everything. We blame him for everything. And that's not to say he's done a great job this year, but we blame him for everything.
But one good thing is Yankee management, Bill Parcells says you start listening to the fans, sooner or later you'll be sitting with them. Yankee management won't listen to it. And I think Boone has full confidence because you don't go to that North Carolina game unless you're confident you got a job.
Oh, no, I don't agree with that, Jim. And I'm sorry, I want to get to – actually, I don't know why I want to get to Eddie. But I want to get to some other callers. I don't think that's fair. That's his off day. I don't think that proves one way or the other. I can't tell you that it means nothing and then tell you, well, it's proof he's confident in his job. He went to go see his son, who's on the offensive coaching staff of North Carolina, on his day off. And how did that? The Yankees played arguably their most intense, best series of the season off of him being in North Carolina. Maybe he should go to a college football game before every series. Like, the people who are mad about that blew up in their face. It's so dumb. But no, I don't think that means he's confident in his job. He's under contract. I'm sure he's confident in his job. He talks to those guys every day. And by the way, they're going to the postseason, and they're like a game out or 2 games out of I guess now Toronto, it's 3 in the loss column. They're three in the loss column out of having the best record in the American League. Like, they ain't looking to fire Aaron Boone. They're just not. We'll see what the postseason has, but I don't think he's worried about getting fired necessarily. Eddie in Rockland, what's up, Eddie?
Don't let him get you excited, Chris. It's the weekend, man.
Well, it's not quite the weekend just yet. I got 3 more minutes to the weekend. What's going on?
You said you were half Italian, right? Did that happen? Was from Sicily?
Yeah, no. I am a little bit from Sicily. Venezia is the maiden name, so there's Venice. I'm not entirely sure, and I think it's more than half, to be totally honest with you. And I consider myself an Italian American. All my holidays are Italian. I don't really have much connection to the Irish other than just the last name.
Oh, but the one question, I know you told many times that your mother lives with you, right? Now, how did you get to go to Sicily and not take her on a family trip?
She wouldn't go. I mean, I don't think she's flying. I don't think my mother would fly the 9 hours to Sicily. I think she was more than happy to just have a quiet house for 10, 11 days. But thank you for showing such interest in the family dynamic. I appreciate it, Eddie. I brought her back a nice little Mother Mary in the lava rock and a couple of other things that she liked. That's it. She didn't want to go. And it was the other side of the family. It was my wife's family. My father-in-law was born and raised in Sicily. Porcino, something like that. Terrible with remembering these towns. But it's a town right outside of Palermo. And I believe he was 18 or 19 when he came over. So, like, he was, he grew up in Italy. And this was about the family going back to see where him and his brother grew up and that whole thing. It had really nothing to do with my mother. But we've been on trips. I've been on vacations with my mom. Maybe I'll go on another one. I'll let you know when I do, Eddie. I appreciate the concern. But it was a fun trip. It was great. I don't know if I'll ever go back, if I'll ever have the opportunity, but I got to see it, and it was a beautiful, beautiful place. Oh, let me tell you about the pickleball tournament before I say goodbye. The city's biggest indoor pickleball event comes back October 10th and 11th, and it will sell out. Sign up for the fun or for the cash prizes. Go to 1010wins.com/pickleball for info. The pickleball tournament is presented by Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. Thank you to Fliegelman. Listen to their picks. You can pay attention to mine if you'd like. I'll be with you tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, 9 a.m., as we get closer and closer to week 1 of the NFL season. Giants, Commanders, Jets, Steelers. And, of course, we got big baseball games. Mets, Reds, Yankees, Blue Jays. Let's go, Yankees. Warm-up show is next. I'm out of here. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN.
Wake Up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Staples. Ryan McMahon, 3 hits, including a homer. Trent Grisham blasted his 30th, a 3-run bomb during a 4-run 8th, but David Bednar still forced to sweat in the 9th with the tying run at the plate.
Bednar set at the letters. The pitch. And it's a breaking ball, swing on a miss. He got him. Hey now, victory for the New York Yankees. They win it 8-4 and take this series here in Houston 2-1.
Yankees held off the Astros 8-4. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Carlos Rodón, his Major League leading 16th victory, 6 innings of 2-run ball. As for Jazz Chisholm, left this game with contusions on both knees.
So he had the hard ground ball that he kind of slammed down on one of the knees, and then on the throw down to second, the collision there, the other. So I don't think it's anything major. At least that's the sense right now, but we'll see how he's doing tomorrow.
So the Yankees are welcoming the Blue Jays tonight for the start at 3 as they sit 3 games back. Get ready for the debut of Brandon Sproat. Mets calling up the 24-year-old to make the start Sunday against the Reds due to the struggles of Kodai Senga. He'll join fellow rookies Nolan McLean and Jonah Tong in the rotation. And the Eagles finished off the Cowboys 24-20 to kick off the NFL season. Jalen Hurts ran for a couple scores. Saquon Barkley, 60 yards rushing and a touchdown. And Jalen Carter ejected in this one in the first quarter before the first play from scrimmage after he spit on Dak Prescott. 67 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
Oh, hi there. Al Dukes here. No Jerry Recco today. He did the Cowboy-Eagle game on the radio last night. CeeLo's
He's lazy.
Here. Good morning, CeeLo.
Good morning.
I know
He's
Boomer.
not lazy.
Boomer used to make it back.
He's lazy. Ah, come on.
Eddie is here, of course, as you hear him hitting all those buttons. Jerry did text me when he got in.
Meaning back to his house in New Jersey?
Back to his house, which was I was about to be leaving for work.
Yeah.
So Jerry had stayed up 24 hours. He said it was a 24-hour...
No nap at all?
No nap at all. He went right through.
He had said if he got down there early, he might sleep in his car for a little bit down there.
Yeah, I don't count that as sleeping. Sleeping in your car.
How comfortable can you be sleeping in your car in the parking lot in Philadelphia,
Right.
by the way, outside of Lincoln Financial Field?
Yeah, I hope Jerry don't have any Cowboy stickers on that car. He'll be rocked. They'd be rocking
Got
it.
the Rutgers sticker, I'm sure.
He does have Rutgers, yep. Oh, absolutely, CeeLo. Got there's a lot going on in that Cowboy-Eagle game last night.
I would say so.
A couple of things. I forgot about how annoying it is to watch quarterbacks run in the league. That's annoying. I forgot about that.
You just seem annoyed in general about NFL football.
Yeah, well, sports.
We're one game in. Sports, right?
In general,
Correct.
sports. Like,
Yes.
I really could fix sports if they would just
not play.
Let me. No, play, but let me fix it. One of those things is if you decide on your own that you're going to run past the line of scrimmage to try to get yardage, you're now a runner. Sorry.
Not allowed to slide. Is that where we're heading?
Yeah, because whatever. It's the same old tired stuff. This is what I mean. I feel like I didn't get a break from the NFL. It's the same old tired arguments.
We did have a nice long break.
Didn't feel like it.
I mean,
the same old tired stuff. Like the Jalen Hurts runs all he wants and then just slides. And what do you want me to do? And
basically had 7 months off.
I guess. Then there's certain things I love. And I like the Cowboys. Grew up a Cowboy fan.
Are you sure you do?
I do.
Did you make it through the documentary, or you gave up?
I did. No, I made it
you
through.
Because I know after 4 episodes, it seemed like you had enough.
I was losing interest, but I treated it like it was a homework.
Okay, had to. Right as you posted that, I was thinking I was at the same point.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this is incredible. And I'm not even a Cowboy. So it was hysterical to me as you were like, you know what? I've had about enough of these highlights from weird angles. And I'm like, give me more.
Yeah. So we got that. But one of the things I do love is a guy celebrating meaningless things and then failing in big moments.
Yeah.
And I bring you C.D. Lamb, who celebrated his catch at the 2-yard line in the first quarter and then went on to drop 4 passes, 2 in the final drive, crucial plays.
1 on a 4th down.
Drop. Meanwhile, Pickens, which Pickens is this now?
George.
George Pickens.
What other Pickens is there?
The Cowboys are losing with like 2 minutes to play. Losing.
Yeah.
He catches a 8-yard pass. Celebrating.
Yeah.
I can't.
Guys have been doing this for a long time.
I know,
now,
but
too.
it's just
I don't like it. That's
stupid.
one of my biggest pet peeves.
It's just dumb.
Yes.
So I love to watch a guy celebrate early, then drop key passes and lose the game.
Or the defender who celebrates when he had nothing to do with breaking up a play.
Yes.
Like wide receiver drops the ball, you didn't do anything, and you're giving us the incomplete, all excited.
Yeah.
Thank God he didn't catch it because I got burnt on that play.
You did something about
it.
I did like the referees tossing Jalen Carter for you can't spit on a player. Sorry.
Right. Yes.
Is spit on Dak Prescott before the game, or not before the game, 6 minutes when the Cowboys first getting the ball.
Not 6 minutes. It was after the opening kickoff. We had the poor Eagle guy blew out his leg, and he was down and had to get carted off the field.
Oh, just 6 minutes into the broadcast.
Yeah. You thought 6 minutes into the game?
Well, that's what I read.
They hadn't run an offensive snap yet.
Just 6 minutes in, it just
correct.
Said,
so Dak was in the huddle, and then I guess he had to spit. And so he spit on the ground in the direction of the Eagles, and Jalen Carter, I guess, took offense to that. They came together. They were having a little chat, and then all of a sudden he
love it
hits him with the spit.
I don't know what they're paying that guy, but he didn't play the first game. Tremendous. I'm sure he's
their
getting
best
paid
defensive player.
A boatload of money, and nothing will happen. He'll get his paycheck.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess
no, he will.
There is a scenario in which he could get suspended. I don't know that he will.
No,
it's
they
possible.
won't. The unions are stupid in sports, so there'll be no
in sports.
Yeah. So he could
meaning what? Meaning that they won't allow
you
the
could
league
do
to...
like you could step on a guy with your cleat in his face, even though that's also a union member, and nothing will happen to you.
So what you're saying is the unions have a lot of power.
Correct.
In sports.
It'd
be nice. I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, your union stinks.
Yeah. Wonder what that's like. Must be an interesting feeling.
Yeah.
To feel represented.
Very powerful.
And taken care of.
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yes,
Okay.
By the way, I also don't like this about football. It was 21-20.
Folks, mind you, we're one game into the season.
It was 21-20 at the half. How does that game end 24-20?
Yeah, not a lot of action in
3 points in the second half?
Correct.
Well, I guess when CeeDee Lamb drops every ball you throw to him.
Yes, you get the lightning delay as well. Are you even aware that happened, by the way? Okay, I didn't know. That was included in the highlights package that you watched?
Well, it was included in the articles.
The article, okay, got it.
It actually was not included in the highlight package.
That's what I mean. Like, if you just watched the highlight package, they probably just skipped right over that.
I read the articles.
All right.
I'm a big article reader. I like to read things.
Yeah, not a lot of points in the second half.
Yeah, I don't like that. That stinks.
Boring.
I never understand that too. Like the Lions will come out and score 48 points in the first half and then kick a field goal in the second.
Yeah.
How? What did you do?
Some great halftime adjustments by the other team.
Yeah,
on defense.
Like they let their foot off the gas.
We let them off the hook.
And we let them off the hook.
I want to crown them. Crown their ass.
Crown their ass. Now there's a game tonight in Brazil, which I am boycotting.
Of course you are. Why? Because it's in Brazil or because it's on YouTube? Which one?
Because it's no, not on YouTube. It's fine. It's free. Even if you don't have YouTube, you get it for free. Yeah, but it's in Brazil. I support America.
Got it.
I'm American. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. As are most of the players playing in the game.
I want football in America.
Yes, we had that last night, and you weren't pleased with that either. So I'm not sure it really matters.
Fair point.
Most of the games are played in America, and you've got issues with that as well. So not that they're played in America, just what's happening in the games.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. And this is free on free television. Imagine sports being free.
Amazing.
What was that like?
I know you were. I didn't hear the warm-up show yesterday, but I saw you preemptively tweet at Jerry about Red Zone having a commercial.
Yeah.
So are you going to walk that back a little bit now that you've learned that there's like a couple seconds of commercial? No? Okay.
Not walking it back.
All right.
Yeah, so they announced yesterday the Red Zone will only be 4 15-second commercials.
So that's a grand total of, do the math, Al. How
1 minute.
1 minute across 7 hours.
Right, okay.
And that's a problem for you.
It's a problem for me because if it's not a big deal, then why are you doing it? You've pissed off your fans. Okay. And this is just the start.
Yeah, I understand that.
Just the start.
Of course.
Oh, it's just 1 minute.
Yeah.
By the way, also a terrible PR job they did. No one got to Scott Hansen before he went on Pat McAfee and said, hey, listen, I know you're going to mention this. Just let people know it's a